Hi everybody, welcome to the Generation 9 Pokemon review stream. Sorry, just catching up on the chat. I did not hear a really loud boom sound, even though I do live in New England. Levincia gym battle in Area 0, very nice recognition, Mr. Wolfking, very nice. I mean, I was sleeping a good deal of the day, so like I don't think I would have heard that boom. Plus, I got loud ass white noise playing when I'm sleeping. So glad to see the chat's energy. Yeah. Thanks so much for coming, guys. Been looking forward to this stream big time. Always look forward to these streams. This is not the last. This is not the last one. Also, I hope that maybe we got some better fidelity going on right now, because I increased the bitrate. So maybe I'm a little bit clearer. That would be nice at least. You had nightmares about bugs? Very cute. You think it might have been a meteor? Ramen, you gotta go out there and start your Earthbound adventure. You gotta start. Do you have a pet dog to go with? Okay, so y'all know how this goes by now. I mean, I think y'all do. You've all been here before. We look at each Pokemon of the Generation 9 and all of their forms. Now, I think we have too much blank space on this screen, though. We need more than just this image. How can we get a good idea of this Pokemon's personality without some variety? Here we go. Some angles, some expressiveness. We like it, but we still need more life. We still have empty space. We still have just staticness. Sure. There we go. Some nice moving life. Okay, let's see. Put you there. Put you there. Okay. You've got thoughts on some bugs? Yeah, chat. I'm looking forward to seeing what y'all have to say. You have the first card, Mr. Wolfking? Very cool. Yeah. A lot of these cards are really recent, because Gen 9 is so recent. Okay, we are ready to begin. And we start, I would say as always, but Gen 5 had to be different. We start with the starter. The grass starter, Sprigatito. Now, this is a really nice design. It's got nice colors. It's got nice, like, balance to its shapes and its form. It's a very cute little kitty. We've had a kitty starter before with Litten. This is a much more cheery and friendly looking cat than Litten, who had like a more distinct, unique, we'll call it, a more unique kind of disposition. But Sprigatito's cute. And this is kind of continuing how I brought this up before. The first like 5 generations, the grass starters are all like amphibious or reptilian. And Sprigatito, you know, once they got to Gen 6 with Chespin, and then Gen 8 had Grookey, and now we have Sprigatito here, they've been branching out. Even Rowlet's a branch out. But more like mammals with grass properties. And I think this is another nice one. Sprigatito is a very good grass starter. Four years ago is recent to me. When you get older, 4 years is gonna feel like a few weeks. Litten is better, but this is still cute. I think I agree with that. Yeah, Litten is... I do like Litten more. But Sprigatito is a very nice little grass starter. Very cute cat design. A cheery cat, especially in Pokopia. Yeah. You think Sprigatito is cuter than Litten? I can understand that take. Yeah. Litten is a sweetie, but looks mean. Sprigatito is a meanie, but she looks sweet. Yeah. It's at least the expression that the show can give you. Okay. That here? Shiny Sprigatito is nice. It's pretty subtle. They changed the eye color to like a purple, and even the green is like a kind of different shade, but like it looks really attractive. Like it's a nice color combination. Like it's just pleasing on the eyes. You know what I mean? That's a nice shiny. Good shiny to start with. Subtle but very nice. Yeah, I like it. I like that. Very fitting for, like, the type of Pokemon that it is. You know, a grass type. We approve. Okay. Sprigatito evolves into Florigato, which I think Florigato is a really nice name. Just flows really nice, right? Florigato. On top of that, this is one of the best middle stages they've made out of all Pokemon. And I personally would say this is the best middle stage of all starters. I think Florigato is 11 out of 10 design. This is just perfect. This is so cool. This is so appealing. Look at its little boots. Its expression. The way that the dark plays off the lighter color of its skin. And then, of course, its little yo-yo. It's got a little flower yo-yo. Yeah, like, Monferno's a chump. Monferno's sitting in his playpen. Florigato is exploring the world. Pretty good middle Evo, 90s kid-looking cat. Now. There's something holding you back from liking it to the extreme. Wow, okay. It's okay, be hyper, Mr. Wolfkin, go for it. I like hearing about the cards you got. We love Monferno. Monferno is not even in, like, the top 10 middle stages of starters. Could be worse. Monferno could be worse. Such a cool middle design, and it has its own vibe, too, compared to its evolution and pre-evolution, plus its yo-yo. Excellent design. Yes. And this is, like, this is the thing. This is such a good design that it becomes the situation where it's, like, it's unfortunate that this evolves again. Because that means the evolution has to stand up to the middle stage, which does not happen. Which does not happen. Florigato is just so wonderful. I just absolutely adore this Pokemon. One of your favorite middle designs. Hell yeah. Duat's probably your favorite. Okay, I can understand that pick. You prefer Drizzile to Florigato? No, you do you. That's fine. I just think like what this is so good. The yo-yo is so creative. The yo-yo is such like a nice addition to it too. For starters, you mean, yeah. Yeah, just really nice. It's so perfect. It's just so perfect in its design. Like, what would you change? There's nothing to change about this Pokemon's design. It's perfect. Shiny, beautiful. Just like the previous one. Change out the reds for purples, darken those, or change those shades of green. Looks beautiful. Looks beautiful. Now, when I first played Scarlet and Violet, I went into this game pretty blind with Pokemon. And this is the first time I played a Pokemon game without knowing what the starters evolved into. Even Gen 8, which I avoided most of the Pokemon for that game, I still knew all the starters' evolutions all the way through. This game, I didn't. And my best friend David helped me by telling me, he looked at the spoilers, and he told me which one he believed I would be the most pleased with. So I picked the cat, and I was leaning the cat anyway. And right here, I'm all on board. I'm like, oh, I made the right choice. And then it evolves into its final form. Meowscarada. Grass Dark, cool type combination. Magician theme, cool idea. Welcome, Triss. We're just getting started. And then the design. Now look, I don't think this is a bad design. I don't think it's a bad Pokemon. There are even cool elements to it. It's not what I wanted. It really kind of lost what Florigato was going for. And now here's the thing. I think Meowscarada is too sexualized. It has tufts that look like pigtails. An outfit that looks like it's wearing like a... what would you call this? Like a performer's dress skirt kind of thing. And the shape of its body. The size of its, like, hip region or whatever. This, to me, feels like... you know how a lot of the later gens have a starter that kind of feels more feminine than the other ones? To me, that's what Meowscarada feels like, based on design elements. I don't like the puffy arms that make it look like it's wearing a puffy shirt. I don't like the mask. I don't think the mask looks good. The floating invisible flower, because it has like an invisible stem, is cool. The cape is cool. And like in some shots, Meowscarada can look cool. Like, I think it looks worse in its 3D model than it looks in its artwork. But I was pretty disappointed. I think it just looks kind of goofy. I don't think it's a bad starter, though. Like, I don't dislike Meowscarada, but I was disappointed by its evolution, especially coming off Florigato. It's just not the vibe direction I wanted to see it going. And I do feel like it's trying to pander. There used to be a time where Meowscarada was easily one of your least favorite starters. Interesting. It ditches Florigato's creativity, and similarly to Salazzle, makes you uncomfortable. Yeah, interesting. Meowscarada is fine. It loses its cool vibe it had for a more smug magician, and yeah, the design seems kind of suggestive. Like, in the anime, it moves too much like a feminine woman. It just... I feel like somebody who was in charge of Meowscarada wanted that specifically to be the case. Right? If its face was different and it had more discernible ears, you'd probably like it more. Not for you, but you don't hate it. Yeah. I don't dislike Meowscarada. I appreciate aspects of it. I just think it's kind of dorky. Can and can't believe this is the second most popular Paldea Pokemon. Yeah, that's the thing. There's like... often there will be a starter in each generation that it's like... they had to have known this was going to be the popular starter, and I feel like that's very obvious with Meowscarada. I feel like Meowscarada is easily the, like, Cinderace of Gen 9. Were all the final starters meant to be performers, magician, singer, and dancer? Yes, Ramen. We can deduce that. It's the legs to you, like wear some shorts or something, I don't know. The mask is kind of dorky. Yeah, I feel like the mask could look cooler. The face could look cooler. This guy's trying so hard to look cool, but he's not. There's cool elements. Can't wait to be the only one who votes Sprigatito line after hearing what y'all had to say about my son here. So here's the thing. Everything that I just said, I still made the right choice. I still made the right choice. This is still the right starter for me in this generation. This is the right one for me and my vibe. Still. Even with what I said about it. It's trying too hard in general, yeah. You like Florigato and Sprigatito is adorable, but this is just uncomfortable interesting. What do you say about the other two? We're gonna get to them. Sprigatito is definitely the most talked about before launch anyways, while for Gen 10 there seems to be equal discourse. Okay, I'll see you soon, Ramen. But yeah, I see what you mean. Whenever cats are involved as starters, you don't think twice about it. Yeah, generally same. You know I love cats, chat. Look at the mascot of the channel. You know I love cats, so it was very easy to go with this line. But, you know, it's not an Incineroar situation where it's just like, oh my god, why? But it's still like I wish this was something better. I wish this was something I liked more. Shiny looks beautiful. It's the same thing they did with the other two. They changed the shading, they added the purple. Looks gorgeous. That's a really nice looking shiny. Okay. The fire starter. Fuecoco. Fuecoco makes me happy for a lot of reasons. This is so different for a fire starter. It's so different for a fire starter. Being like an alligator, right? A croc. It's very cute. Its form is very unique for a starter and for a fire starter in particular. It's just very fresh. And you guys know I love it when they do something new. It's cute. It's simple. It's got nice, like, balanced features. And it makes your imagination go. Like, you're very curious about what this can become because there's a lot of potential with this kind of creature. He's got his slice of cheese. All over the place he's got cheese. Yeah, I think Fuecoco is a very nice base fire starter. Top 10 Pokemon of all time. This thing's cute in the anime. It like wants to sing, so it's like it's like singing at night. Least favorite starter Pokemon, hands down. Wow. Such passion. Part of why you dislike Pombon is because you feel like it's trying to rep Fuecoco's vibe and personality and just feels like a knockoff as a result. Interesting. To me, they're very different, even though I hear you about the vibe. You love the shopping cart cards with the whole line, yeah. Fuecoco is one of those mons that you don't think could be replicated in the same way. Interesting. Yeah, happy, though. I'm happy. I'm happy when I see this because it's so different. It's like, heck yeah, they're doing something different. I do not like this shiny. This is a bad shiny. I hate it when they do shinies like this that are like barely different from the regular and like a bad shade at that. Like, this doesn't look good. It's like pink instead of red, but like it's not an attractive pink. Bad shiny. You want to hug him? Yeah. I don't see what makes it so appealing, especially when you have a cute little kitty to contend with, sure. That's why you can go get your kitty. Cutie apple-looking fire alligator, yeah. It's meh, but it's Fuecoco, so 10 out of 10. How many Pokemon cards do I have? I couldn't tell you. I have a binder. I got rid of a bunch of Pokemon cards some years back because I just had a bunch, so I just kind of like saved my favorites, like one of each of my favorites that had like nice art or a Pokemon that I liked and put them in a binder. We could go through it one day. That'd be fun. All right, so Fuecoco evolves into Crocalor, and here is where if I picked Fuecoco, I would be screaming. I would be screaming in anger that I picked Fuecoco. Because this is not what I want to see. This is not what I want to see. It looks so stupid. It's got a hat that looks stupid. It's got like designs that look stupid. Look, it looks like it's wearing a shirt. It's amusing this thing tries to sing. Yeah, I like that. As a diehard Skeledirge fan, this Pokemon is not great. Yeah, this is like a red flag. This is like a, oh no. What did I do? It's about to evolve into a Ludicolo crocodile. Reminds you of a Dodongo, which is why whenever you do pick it, you name him King Dodongo. Interesting. Yeah, I just think this is like a really inelegant design. You know, not every Pokemon needs to be a looker. I think it's important that some Pokemon are pretty unappealing looking, so like it's fine to have stuff like this. But not a good look. Like I said, just like unattractive designs. Now, I do think that this is clever, how its hat is actually like a... It looks like a nest with an egg in it. This is actually clever for the final evolution. But yeah, I just... This is like the middle starter that's just like a stepping stone. A goofy looking middle evolution. It kind of has that awkward middle stage look, but is still better than most middle evolutions. Interesting. F tier, all of them. Toon Hamstreak. It's very funny. All right, the shiny. It does the same thing. It does the same thing as the Fuecoco. It changes out the red for an unattractive pink. Bad. Bad shiny. Like, that pink doesn't even look good with this yellow. Same thing. Okay. The final evolution, Skeledirge. Name? Cool. Fire ghost type? Cool idea. Welcome back in time. Now, okay. I think Skeledirge is kind of cool. I like aspects of it, but I think this is significantly over-designed. Fat balding clown. So look, the balding clown, the first thing I thought of when I saw this is it looks like a balding Cheese Puffs clown. And that's not a cool look. It's got like that going on, you know? You're about to make me mad. I'm just being honest about my opinion. Enjoy your Pokemon. Greatest Pokemon of all time, though. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Balding Clown just makes you like it more. Cool typing and name, but it kind of feels too all over the place, unfortunately. You think it's the multiple colors on it. And, like, I like the color palette. I think this Pokemon is going for too much. Still love it, though. It's my baby. That's cute. So here's the thing. I love that it's not a humanoid, right? We have to talk about that. At this point, most starters wind up being some kind of human, right? Most starters at this point are human in their final forms. So I am really happy that this retains its animalistic nature. It is on all legs. It looks like a monster, right? It looks like an animal. I like that. I like the colors, even if it is like a little wacky with how they're laid out. I like the colors. I love the bird. You see this bird fireball? Hold on, let me... I love the bird. I think the bird's a really fun idea. Like, you know, how birds coexist with alligators in real life, crocodiles, what have you. Like, that's fun. But, like, the cheese puffs, clown hair, looks kind of dorky. The weird, like, boxy, I'm wearing an outfit body is awkward to me. Like, this looks stupid. That looks stupid to me. It just seems kind of all over the place. Like, I like enough about it, but it just seems messy. If it was on two legs, you don't know what it would look like. Maybe Vector the crocodile design. So the thing is, when it sings its song in the game, it kind of like stands up. Like it's singing out of its... Because the bird becomes like a microphone, which is a really cool idea. But like it stands up and it sings out of its microphone. And it kind of looks more like a person because it looks like it's wearing a vest or something. Which is clever. I just feel like its actual form is a little awkward. Like, don't you think that its shape could be better? And it's just got a lot going on. Chat loves it. Some of these chats love it. I never saw that as an outfit. You just saw that as its underbelly. I mean, it's supposed to be an outfit. It's supposed to be because it's like it's singing. When it lifts its body up and it sings into the bird as a microphone, it looks like it's wearing like a shirt, you know? Like, oh, I'm a fancy singer, right? Like a Swampert situation? Interesting. It's supposed to be based on like a skeleton for the Day of the Dead. Yeah, there's some like colorations going on there. It doesn't give me much skeleton though, to be honest. No matter how much I hate Skeledirge, at least it's not Incineroar. We welcome opinionated people here. Yeah, so like I can see the skeleton aspect more on the back. You can see it more there. But yeah, when I first saw it, I'm like, oh, it's a balding clown. That's the first thing I thought. And like, that's not a good look. But there are cool elements to this. I think my favorite thing about this Pokemon is the bird and how the bird becomes a microphone. I think that's really cool. It's just too much. They overcooked on this one. At least it stays an animal, though. The shiny looks a little bit better than the previous ones. Like, it's not super different from the red, but it is a much more attractive color than the pink that it used on the previous forms. This is like a nice, like, what would you call this? Magenta? Looks really good. Like, even though it's not very different. It's a nice shade. Hey, Popples Ricky, welcome. We're still early. Bozo the Clown, hell yeah. Your Skeledirge plush is crying, no! Sweet Skeledirge plush. I don't dislike this Pokemon at all, chat. I just think it's a little messy. I think it's a messy Pokemon. You weren't going to do a list, but you've been playing some Showdown and stuff lately, so you decided to pick some. I'm happy you did, Popples Rookie. It's fun to just pick your favorite creatures, I think. The third starter. The water starter Quaxley. Now, similar to the cat and the croc, I appreciate that this is going for something different. Now, we have had a bird before as the water starter, but it was a penguin. So a duck is pretty different, and I think this is a nice design. I think it's very simple, it's cute. Quaxley. You know you got it in late? No, don't worry about it. You got it in plenty of time. Industry plant starter design, mascot design. It did feel like they were pushing Quaxley a lot when the generation was first shown off. Um, but yeah, I mean, I think strong showing. Like for base forms, Sprigatito, Fuecoco, and Quaxley all are appealing in their own way with a good variety to them. They did a good job with the base forms. It's a cute duck with a cute hat. What's more to say? Exactly. Exactly. Okay, shiny Quaxley, not good. It's got lighter blues, which doesn't look bad, but it's not very different from the standard. So, snooze. Just boring. Boring. I do not know who Yosuke Higashikata is. It must be someone with this kind of hair, though. Now, if you thought Crocolore was I made a mistake, let me introduce you to I really made a mistake. Oh god, go back, go back. You're mashing the button, go back, right? Because holy shit. Quaxwell, bro. Ew. Ew. Quaxwell is awesome? Are you looking at the right thing? Pushing the hair, bro. It's over. The giant dome, the like unappealing facial expression. It's got like webbed shoes on. Look at its puffy body. Like it's wearing like a big wet sweatshirt. It's just like they made it as dorky looking as they could. One of the most unappealing Pokemon ever. I'm honestly pretty with you. Chat, some of you like this thing? Quaxley is cute baby ducky. Quaxwell is overhated. I feel like it's appropriately hated. I feel like it's appropriate. Look at its fucking personality. Look at it fixing its giant dome. Ugh. Bad. Bad shiny. They did the same thing they did with Quaxley, but like it's different. It's just like, I don't know, it doesn't look very good to me. You like the shiny, yeah? Quaquaval. Water fighting, interesting. Now this is like, oh my god. It's doing its thing. So here's the thing. This design makes me think that the creators, the designers, do not care at all about making a starter satisfying to the player. I actually can't, like... There's no way they thought people were gonna like the duck. There's no way. Some people do. And I don't even think Quaquaval's bad. Like a bad Pokemon or a bad thing. But, like, starters come with an expectation. Starters come with like a, what can this be? I want this thing to be so cool. Right? I want to have a cool starter that becomes cool. You see Quaxley and your brain goes off. It could be like this or like this. This is like, this is so like uniquely appealing. And what I mean by that is like very few people are going to actually like this thing, that it's like, it almost feels like they're trolling people who picked the duck. It feels like they're trolling you. It's fucking disgusting. You like it? The single ugliest starter in history, worse than Incineroar. Wow. It's fine. You like its goofy run cycle, but not your vibe. It's clearly fruity. Fruity? Human man wearing a Donald Duck outfit. I just, like, to me, it's like... It's like they're doing whatever they want. With a Pokemon evolution, you can't do this with a starter. Do you know how many people are going to be pissed off? And it's not even like it's not even like the flare. You can make a Pokemon like this just fine, but it's like look at its head. Look at its toes. What is its toes? They look like they're made out of Bionicle blocks. The tail feathers are cool. It's another performer. It's a dancer. It's got an attitude, but like, this is what I mean when I'm like, modern generation's most starters are disappointing. They like have gotten really good at making disappointing final starter evolutions. Isn't that weird? Because like normal Pokemon design is so good these days, right? They've done so good at normal Pokemon design. The final starters, it's like they don't get it. It's like they don't get how to pay off a starter anymore. It's like you see Quaxley and Fuecoco and Sprigatito, and then you see what they became, and it's like, do you know what people want to see? This thing's quills or feathers or whatever the fuck looks stupid too. You like its personality, but its design. Yeah, I like its personality too. I like its color palette. I like that it's a fighting type. I like its tail feathers. I even kind of like that they gave it a big butt. It's distinct. But it's just like, what do you think people want from a Quaxley? So yeah, like I guess I feel kind of similarly to this as I do Skeledirge, which is like, I don't dislike the Pokemon, but it's just like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Shiny's not very different. Like, it doesn't look bad. It's just like, it's not very different. It was out in the sun, you know? You honestly think Paldea has some of the coolest designs ever, but 2/3 starter final forms are just disappointing, yeah. Yeah. Alright, let's go over to this. Now, here are the starters of Gen 9 that we just looked at. And I think you kind of like said it right there, Triss. The base 3 are really nice, you know? The base 3 are really nice. But in my opinion, all 3 of them are disappointing in some way. And it's just like, why are you so bad at meeting expectations, at paying off a design? You know what I mean? Meowscarada is the clear star of the show here. A lot of people like Skeledirge too, but I think Meowscarada is obviously the popular starter of this generation, and Quaquaval is the least popular. Okay, chat. Express yourselves. Choose your starter. They're trying to make the final starter something eye-catching. No more. It's just bigger final evolution. They had been really hit and miss. That's the thing. I've explained this before. Because they try to make their starters characters more today, I do think that makes starters more hit or miss. Because if you don't vibe with their character, you're probably not going to like it. Whereas in the older generations, they were more so just animals, where they didn't have like overt personalities a lot of the time. But now I do think starters are a lot more hit or miss. And so if they're all misses for you, that just stinks. And here's the thing, I would say Gen 9, I think, is one of the weakest overall selections of starters in the series, along with Gen 8, along with Gen 5. Yeah, along with Gen 3. I'm gonna say Gen 3. I think it's one of the weaker starter selections overall. And I think a lot of people kind of look at it that way. The eyes of Sprig are off-center. Is there a pull option to box my starter? Because these options are so unbelievably bad that you'd box them instantly. Sure. You got to pick your favorite of the three if you want to vote, though. We're well past Gen 3. Be gentle with them. Overrated. I'm not surprised to see Skeledirge winning. I know a lot of y'all like Skeledirge. Surprised to see Meowscarada not have more. I mean, I would pick Sprigatito Meowscarada line. And then the Skeledirge line, and then the Quaxley line last. Thing is, like, none of these are as bad as Inteleon. Okay. Lechonk. Normal type. Usually they have like a, you know, a rodent as like the early normal Pokemon. And this game has like a normal type rodent, which we'll get to. But you can kind of see Lechonk as that of this generation. It doesn't have to be a rodent. There are no rules to this. It's a pig. It's a different pig. But the waterlock, Jord, did that mean nothing to you? What waterlock? I don't know what you're talking about. Lechonk is a sweet pig, but you don't have much else to say. Tired of the, oh, this name is so good, the name is whatever, the design is cute, though. Talking about Lechonk's name? So, I think this is a fine design for a normal type pig. It's different from the pigs we already have, you know? Not that we have a lot of pigs. It's kind of cute. I don't think that this is, like, really cute like a lot of other people do. It's kind of cute. I think the nose is a little unsightly. This is filler. This Pokemon is filler. The marketable cute normal type, they market the hell out of, people go apeshit and they forget when the game comes out. It's cute though, reminds you of Wind Waker pigs. I like that, yeah, Wind Waker pigs, I see it. Same form. Same form. Yeah, I don't know, Lechonk doesn't do anything for me. It's a fine Pokemon, it's a fine pig. Not exciting. Here's the shiny. So here's the thing, it's nice that it's a significantly different color, but I don't think the pink contrasts well with that brown. I don't think that looks nice. Like, yeah, it's a pig, make it pink. I just don't like the contrast, I don't think it's attractive. Like, the nose is the same color too, which makes that, I don't know. Curse shiny as in a shiny you find a lot, yeah. You like the pink, but the brown clashes really badly with the brown. Yeah. The pink makes it look too generic, which is what they were going for. Bad shiny, yeah. Shiny is bad. So now we do have a gendered evolution where it'll look different based on the gender. For Oinkologne, which I think the name is great. Now, the male Oinkologne has a nice, like, velvety quality to its, like, fur. Like, this looks like a soft pig. I also like how sassy it looks. I think it's got a pretty nice look for a normal type pig, as far as a normal type pig can go for its design. It's got, like, a perfume tail, which looks kind of weird. But, not a bad-looking pig. Not a bad looking pig. You meant the brown clashes badly with the pink. Yeah, I assumed. Oinkologne is ugly. I can understand feeling that way. I like it. I like its floppy ears, its color palette, its little face. Is it exciting? No. You like Lechonk more? I think I would say I like this more than Lechonk. It succeeds in its own right. Shiny male Oinkologne is like whitish pink. I don't think this looks too bad. It could look better, but it doesn't look too bad. You don't like pigs all that much? Okay. Says the Midbis lover. Female Oinkologne. This is another unpheasant situation where the female variety got the short end of the stick here, because this looks a lot worse than the male, in my opinion. The color palette is less attractive. The udder tail is gross. Like, it just like looks worse. Its face isn't as cute. Ew. It's not exciting. A general evolution. It got bigger with some standout design, yeah. Udder tail, ew, yeah. It took notes from Apom. Why does the tail have fingernails? I don't know. But yeah, this is like, if I'm going to use an Oinkologne, it's not going to be this one. But it's fine, sure. It's nice that they made you know, 2 versions of it, right? You get two choices out of design. Midbis can roll? What are you talking about? Pigs can roll? Alright, here's the Shiner. Same thing that they did with the male one. The coloration looks alright. Don't love the expression still. It's a little garish. Midbis is more of an armadillo, okay. Okay, here we go. Bug type, Tarantula. This design is excellent. A small spider. We have a few spiders in Pokemon at this point. And this is such a nice direction to go with one, right? It's very cute. It's very different looking. But the string ball concept is a really nice thing to lean into for a spider, because the other spiders haven't really been about like their string. You know what I mean? They've tried to be like fuzzy, they've tried to be like sharper looking, but this one's more about the string. And I think that's really great. I was really stoked when I first saw this thing playing the game, because I'm like, wow, what's this thing going to become? It's going to be like a crazy giant string ball spider. It's going to be so cool. He's very cute. It's very unassuming little sweet spider. It makes you excited for what it'll be. Shiny is good. You know why? Because it pops. Because it pops. It's a significantly different color from the standard, and it looks good. Spidops. Pure bug type. And this is another just like, are you sure you want to make this its evolution? Because you can try again. Hey, I made the Tarantula evolution. Oh, okay, yeah, you know what? You did good. Why don't you start over, though? How about you just, like, start over? Make a new one. And go in a totally different direction. You don't have to do this. So I don't think this is like an uninteresting design for a bug type. It's supposed to be like a stealthy spider, right? Which is a cool idea. But like you basically threw out Tarantula's design. Like this is not similar at all to Tarantula. You got rid of the big string ball spider. I wanted a big string ball spider. And instead, like, now he's standing up. He looks like he's made out of sticks. He's got, like, a spool tail thing with a drippy bottom. And it's a pure bug type, which is also really boring. Like, see, that's cool. That's a cool thing it can do. It's just, like, such a disappointing evolution for Tarantula. Spidops is so overhated. I mean, Tarantula just, like, paints an image. You expect Tarantula's going to go in, like, an arachnid direction in terms of being a big spider, right? With string everywhere. And instead they, like, minimize the string element because you don't see most of it. It uses it, which is cool, but, like, good luck seeing that much. And just, like, design-wise, it's boring. Like, the color palette is boring. It's a pure bug type, which is boring. Its personality isn't compelling. Like, I don't dislike it. It's just it's a disappointing evolution and kind of a boring Pokemon. It could have been fighting. Why do people hate this guy so much? Did I do a good job of explaining? Tarantula sets up expectations, and this is just bland. Like, look at it in the art. See all this, like, string everywhere? Maybe if it had the string out more in its 3D model, it would be cooler. I think it's just, it feels like filler. It just feels bland. You don't get it at all? Okay. Good shiny. They even changed the color of its string, which is surprising. But this looks good. I mean, the string on the small one has changed too. But, like, yeah, it's a good shiny. Could it be better? Yes. Yeah, it's just like, the thing is, like, pure types are generally going to come off as kind of bland. I don't know. I just feel like they had something really good going with Tarantula, and they kind of just, like, muted it and made, like, this evolution feels safe to me. It feels like a very safe evolution. Justice for Spidops? Never. We have another bug. Nimble. Great name. And nice little design here. Look at this thing. A small grasshopper. It's cute. I like the look in its face. I like its color palette. It's simple. It's just a tiny little bug. Good design. Spidops is kind of a bland mod. Nothing to discuss. You'll discuss something the bugs of this gen made you think about, but that will be for a bit later when we are into the later mons. Okay, cool. Nimble is kind of cute. Kind of cute. Does this look like a steel type? It's okay. You can be gray and you don't have to be a steel type. It's okay. I think we've been conditioned. I mean, honestly, there's not much to say about it. It's a cute little, like, grasshopper Pokemon. Good name. Shiny stands out. We like a shiny that is significantly different. Now, it's not the most attractive color of yellow, but it doesn't look bad. It looks different, not much to talk about, unfortunately. Yes, so this generation, we're getting into it now. This generation has a weird duality to it, where I feel like half of this generation is very safe, and we see it with Pokemon like this, and the other half of the generation is just out there. But, like, we've been seeing, like, you know, pig, spider, grasshopper. Right now we're in the safe stuff. Now this is sick. Low kicks. Our first bug dark type. I finally made a bug dark type, and it's this kind of robotic looking grasshopper with like these mechanical looking sharp legs that it springs out, which is a really cool idea. You feel they wanted to do something different with the mons in this evolution, but that's for the way later mons at the end of the decks. Got it. The mons in this generation is what I think you might have meant. This thing is so badass. You love this Pokemon? Yeah, this is a cool thing. My one real criticism about it is there's something about its form that looks very synthetic, which I mean, could be said that's part of the, you know, wanting it to look like a robot. Because it doesn't look like a very natural creature. And a lot of this stuff, like its eyes and stuff, they don't look like actual eyes. This stuff just looks like it's painted on its body, you know? But I still like this Pokemon. I think Lokix is really cool. I will say this is one of those Pokemon that suffers from the... You see it so much in the wild that it makes the Pokemon feel less rare, which makes it feel less special. Do you know what I mean by that? Like, a Pokemon can feel basic if it's common. And Lokix is very common and very annoying later in the game, which can make the Pokemon feel less special. But I still think it's cool. Welcome, James. Have you ever seen Lokix? Lokix is cool, but its massive overshadowing of Spidops is so obnoxious. You don't care if it makes sense. What with it being dual-typed and just more original, you just want people to notice Spidops. Aside from that, it's cool, not much else. I think, like, they need to do something with Spidops. They need to make Spidops, like, give Spidops an evolution. They need to make Spidops a middle stage. I think Spidops is ripe for that. It looks like a tube. This mon gaslights you in your first playthrough. You kept thinking it was a new evolution, seeing it. You wish it was rare, yeah. It's funny how that works. Like, a rarer Pokemon just feels more special, you know? It's such a simple, like, thought process, but... yeah. We dig you, Lokix. Shiny Lokix? Good. This is a good shiny. I could see maybe not liking this color, but it plays off of its other colors pretty good. Good shiny. You definitely prefer Spidops, but this guy's cool too. You just hold a massive grudge. Spidops needs to prove it. Spidops needs to prove his value. Is there any way to play Pokemon Go without a Google account? I do not know. You don't appreciate Lokix, you don't even like it? See, that's surprising to me. This thing seems like it'd be right up your alley. All right, Tiny Cutie. Look at this fucking card on the left. They're like, I want to make the cutest thing. You think you're so cute, Pikachu? Wait until you see this, my chubby bear. Chubby fluff bear. Palmy. This is the Pikachu of the generation, and what's so interesting about this is the first time they've given a Pikachu clone an evolution. They've always been one-offs, but now the Pikachu clone evolves, and I really appreciate that about it. But Palmy itself is cute. Like, it's not very different from Pikachu, but it's got a sweet little face. I like how, look at how doughy it looks. Look at it just, like, hunched over. It really is just like a little creature, like a little weird bear. I like it. Palmy's cute. Is it an exciting design? Not at all, but it's cute. And that's all these kind of Pokemon need to be, really. Literally called it a Lucario knockoff. Sounds like a compliment to me. Palmy is such a sweetheart. This thing is adorable. Kind of puts you off for some reason, but it's cute. You think you much prefer a certain other mon. You love how chubby it is? Yeah. Yeah, it's a sweet little thing. electric type with the cheeks. A prerequisite, but the fact that it evolves is what kind of like makes this one stand out from the others. Shiny is not very different. It doesn't look bad. Like, that's a cute color, but it's not very different. Lokix looks like an Ultra Beast. Ooh, I like what I'm hearing. It wasn't meant to be taken as a compliment. I assumed as much. Pawmi evolves into Pawmi 2. Our first electric fighting type in the whole series. No, the Zapdos is one, right? The Galarian fucking shit. Go back. I think the Galarian Zapdos is one. Pawmo, which looks incredibly similar to Pawmi. Gummy Pawmi shiny, nice. Mangosteen, cute. I like that name. Galarian Zapdos is fighting flying. Got it. Thank you, Triss, for correcting me. So this is the first electric fighting type. Yeah, no, Triss, you're right. Yeah, Triss is right. You're right. It is like Hawlucha. Meryl was a Pikachu clone. I don't consider Meryl a Pikachu clone. Pikachu clones are electric types. The Gen 2 Pikachu clone is Pichu. IMO. Okay, so it's a lighter color. It's standing up. It's kind of bigger. It looks like a little more assured of itself. And it's cute. I appreciate it. I don't think every Pokemon needs to look super different when it evolves, so I'm super cool with Pawmo. And it's nice to finally have an electric fighting type after Zeraora was denied it for some reason. Shiny Pawmo is the same as the shiny Pawmi. It's got like this kind of pink color. It looks a little lighter on this one, which makes sense considering the base color's lighter. Cute. These are just cute Pokemon. Now, I'd actually say that the final is the least cute of the three. Pawmot. This is like a Monster Hunter character. Not Monster Hunter, Monster Rancher. This looks like a Monster Rancher monster, which is not a compliment. Its body looks more unnatural. It looks like it's trying too hard to be a cute mascot. And it's just like not as cute as the previous two. This looks like the previous two if they were trying to be like an RPG protagonist. Now, I do appreciate, like I said, that this line evolves twice. I like that it's part fighting type. That's interesting. He's not unlikable. I just think the other ones are cuter. It looks too much like a theme park mascot that's gonna walk around with take its head off, and you see like some person's head underneath. A cute Pokemon version of Naruto? Ew. Ew. Yeah, I don't know. The pretty boring Pokemon, to be honest. Pretty boring. The shiny is this again. Reddish pink. Pink lemonade, as some people will call it. It's fine. It looks fine. Palmont gets fingers, ew, but aside from that, it's okay. To evolve it is interesting. Had it at level 40 until I realized, okay, what's up with this thing? I didn't even bother with this Pokemon when I was playing that. Like, obviously I wanted to get its evolution eventually, but I was not interested in the Palmy line, so I'm like, this thing's not going to become something cool. I'm over here catching cool Pokemon. I just found a tumbleweed. Alright. Mice. Tandemouse. Cuties. Now we're at the real cuties. 2 mice. Very simple designs. One of them has pants and the other one has a shirt. Look at that. Meryl is literally called Peekaboo. It has the red cheek circles and everything. That's like saying Mimikyu isn't a Pikachu clone. Yeah, I don't think Mimikyu is one either. You can believe what you like. I believe differently. Yeah, chat, these are cuties. Look at them. Look at their little tails. I love that they hang out and do everything together. This is such a fun idea, right? I love that they make Pokemon like this. That are just like multiple living creatures, but combined, they create a Pokemon together. I think that's cool. Yeah, look at them. Look at that. They work together in everything they do. It's just such a fun idea. This is an interesting normal type. This is creative. And I like their little faces. They almost look like dolls, right? They almost look like plushies. To look like they have stitches on their ears. Exactly. Like they want to look like they're dolls. You don't like when they open their mouths? It has clothes. You never realized with this game's graphics being all drab. You assumed it was like some odd textures they had on. Yeah. One of them's got like a little shirt clothes and the other one's got little pants clothes. But it is very hard to see. Which brings us to the shiny. Look at that. Hunting this was annoying. but we got it. So the gray clothes are now like a cream color. See, this is what we call a bad shiny because it's barely different. It's like hard to even notice it. We don't like that. Bad shiny. Mousehold is the first like real surprise. The first real surprising Pokemon that we're looking at for this generation. Tandemouse evolves and gets babies. It becomes a family. And that's really funny and cool. And they don't even tell you when they evolve. The babies just show up, and then it's a different Pokemon. The babies are super cute. Look at that. They all work together. They're just a little family. A little mouse family. Mice in real life are just adorable, yeah. Craziest evolution ever, it just happens, yeah. You saw an adorable porcupine today driving? That's cute. But yeah, chat, this is just fun. I like it when they do creative stuff like this. They made a mouse family of Pokemon. This is a family of 4. Sometimes they'll have 2 kids. And sometimes they'll have one. Now, when they have one, that is much rarer than having two. Here's the one. So sometimes you might get a one family. Both families are cute. Sometimes you might want two babies instead of one baby, though. Shiny does the same bad thing that the previous one does. It's barely different. They just change out the gray for like a cream color, kinda. Weak. Weak. Yeah, weak. Okay. Fido. Red dog. Fairy type. A fairy type dog's a fun idea. And I think Fido is pretty cute. I like its face. I like its bread theme kind of worked throughout its design. It's like big old bun ears. It's like bread-like back and little tail. It's just like a chubby little doe dog that's very cute. I think the name Fido is clever. We're going to watch a movie, but you wanted to pop in and say hi and see what you're up to today. Thank you, James. Enjoy your movie. Yeah, we'll be going for a long time. I mean, we've actually been going through this at like a good pace. Doe Doggy is cute, and making it fairy is a nice bonus. Yeah, it's a new idea, right? There aren't a lot of fairy types that are like animals, I feel. So this is a nice change of pace. Shiny is clever, right? We got like a baked doggy. Look at it, it's brown. It almost looks cheesy. Such a cute dog, it's odd that there's 3 dogs this gen. Yeah. We'll get into that. Fido evolves into Doc's Bun. Another clever name. And nice design. It kind of just like keeps most of the most of the elements that Fido had, but like bigger. And they kind of like changed the coloration, changed the vibe to more of like, I'm not sure what kind of dog you would call this, like a border collie. It's cute. Dog lovers are gonna love this kind of dog, right? Like this Pokemon doesn't have a dog that looks like this. Very welcoming, very friendly. Nice colors, nice balance to the design. Nice amount of fluff. It's cute. Is it a very exciting Pokemon? Not really. But it's very solid. Very solid. And the shiny is also good. They kind of made it look like cinnamon. It's like cinnamon bread. The side quest in ZA with Fido is so cute. Totally. 100%. You go on a little walk with Fido. Yeah, I think this looks good. It's not super different from the standard, but it doesn't look bad. Smoliv. Alright, so we have our, like, tiny grass type. This time it's a grass normal type, which I feel like is easy to forget, right? But something to kind of make it a little bit different. Smoliv is cute and cool. It's kind of like a little gremlin, you know? It's got like a little gremlin face. It is very like Patilil in its like vibe and kind of overall shape and form and stuff. We have a lot of grass types that are tiny little things like this. But Smoliv, good name, cute. Granville did Fairy Dog first and better. These are just dogs for the sake of market appeal. There are worse dogmons here, though, and the pastry theme isn't the worst thing. I guess Granville reads more like a Looney Tune character as opposed to a dog, right? You don't know why it's normal type? It's nice to have variety. It's nice to mix it up, right? It just makes it more interesting in battle. At least I think it does. Yeah, it's a very simple design, but I think it's really nice. Shiny is this is good. They gave it a different color of olive and kind of slightly changed the base color. Looks good. Little gremlin. Now here it's like, oh, okay, so we're going. I didn't expect this direction. It's a girl now, and I also think that there's something kind of like almost disappointing about it because, and we've gone over this. There are so many grass types. There's so many grass girls, right? There are so many grass types that are very feminine looking that look like they're wearing some kind of a dress. It's a very common aesthetic motif in Pokemon, and I would like them to kind of like branch out away from that more, haha. But with all that said, I think Dolliv looks nice. I like its expression. I like its dress and its leafy hands, and even how it incorporates the olives. Like it's a good design. It's just like, oh, you're doing this again. You're doing this again, especially because Smoliv doesn't really throw up any signals that it's going to go in this direction. And then, it follows suit. The shiny gets some darker colored green leaves, and then the black olives. Doesn't look bad. Doesn't look bad. The final evolution, Arboliva, which is a great name. Fun to say. I think this Pokemon looks really cool. And I think it also dials back the Grass Girl theme. To me, this looks more androgynous. Can Dolliv be found in the wild? I'm not sure, actually. I don't think it can. But Arboliva has such a serenity to it, such a grace to it. I love it holding its hands up like a wreath with olives on both sides. I love the different color of its like branch body, trunk body down here. I think that looks really nice with the little legs in between. And just the grace with which it moves. I think Arboliva is a really nice design. Like a really, really nice grass type. Better than Serena. Definition of the step on me trope for Serena? Okay. You feel the first two Evos of this line plays it too similar to previous grass designs. Another, it looks like a Grass Girl mon, kind of disappointing. Hope it played on the Gremlin look. It's final though, yeah. The good thing is, like, well, it's certainly not a Gremlin. Arboliva is really nice. Yeah. Cool Pokemon. Shiny. It does what it's supposed to. Black olives, dark green leaves. Looks great. Great. Stupid bird. Squawkabilly. Normal flying. Very exciting. Welcome back, back in time. We just talked about Arboliva and we gave it a lot of praise. This is stupid. Look at this stupid thing, man. It's a parrot with a hair thing. Would have talked about Palma. I would have liked to hear what you have to say. You can dump it. It's just a nasty bird. It's just a nasty little parrot bird. Dolliv is adorable. Palma's so cutesy. Cool. to me, it's just like, this design is so bland. It's a parrot with hair. And like, its personality isn't very charming. It doesn't evolve. This is very much like a, we are filling out the generation, right? We're filling out the generation. We need another flying type. How about... Nope. Those are the only cards you get. How about some parrots? We'll give them different forms. That'll fill it out. Okay, yeah. Here's a blue one. It is cool that they can be different colors. The blue looks nicer than the green. This mom was shown at the beginning of the game and took like until post-game to find one in the wild. It's fine though, a bird with gross hair. Interesting, it took you that long. They're in a lot of places. But yeah, I love those little things. They just show new things at the beginning of that game. It's fun. What mons did you miss? The bread dogs. White is nice. Look, that looks good. That looks good. Yellow? Hey, that looks good with the black. Right? Okay, shiny is not it. This isn't how we do it. They changed the pompadour color to pink. That doesn't look good. A little bit better on the white, I guess. Because it like blends well with the beak and the feet, and there's no other contrasting colors. Timu Chatot. And then the yellow one, yeah. So that's Squawkabilly. No one cares about this Pokemon, and it kind of makes a lot of sense why. It's just a boring parrot with an unlikable personality. Knackley. If you don't know, chat, Knackley's name comes from the periodic classification for salt, for sodium. Am I right? Knackley is great. It kind of looks like a mushroom, even though it's just a rock. It's a rock with salt. And I like how alien it feels. Like, this Pokemon feels very unnatural. But it's, like, really simple, really cute, very distinct. Shiny? Not bad. Not super exciting, but not bad. Kind of caramel. Cutie Rock looks like a super mushroom from Mario, yeah. Now, this is the kind of thing where it's like, what is going to happen with this? What's going to happen with it? It looks like a mushroom, so I have no idea the direction this thing's going to go in. I put this thing on my team. And then it becomes Knackle Stack, and I am vibing. It is now a gremlin. Look at it. It's on 4 legs, and it's still a rock monster, and look at its weird face. It's like digital. It's so unique. It's so different from boring rock types of the past. Bye, Triss. Thanks for hanging out. We're going to go over your picks later. Knackle Stack is such a critter. Yeah, it's a critter. Yeah, I can see your messages back in time. This mon's evolution is so N64 Zelda enemies. You vibe with it? Heck yeah. Yeah, Knuckle Stack, I'm curious. I'm like, where is this going? I like what I see. I guess we'll see what happens. I also think it's really fun to make a rock type built around salt as a theme, instead of just making another, you know, rock hunk, which a lot of them are. Like, play with the type, play with the mineral. Shiny's just like the other one. Looks good. Very peanut butter. If there's any mon you missed that you like, it's Dolive. Dolive and Palma are underrated. Love her. Did you hear about the bread dogs? Do you hate them? And then it evolves. And I was very impressed. Garganical, bro. Look at this thing. Excellent design. The face, the size, the like hulking form. Like, look at its legs and its arms and the designs that they have working throughout its body. Like, you're looking at bedrock with salt embedded in it. And just the like salt pyramids that are kind of like its shoulders. It's so cool. It's so good. Yeah, so here it is, chat. Garganical is my favorite rock type Pokemon, and one of my favorite Pokemon of them all. I love this thing. It's so excellent. It's so my vibe. Like, look at him. He's a sweetie. You only have them in your team just to evolve them. After that, it's back to the box if you don't like your design. Exactly, yeah. No, that's what you generally do when you play a new Pokemon game. At least me too. But there's some, like, Palmy, where it's like, there's no way you're going to become something cool. I'm not going to waste my space in my party for you. The bread dogs are cute, but it's similar to Trevenant, where you used to like them, but nowadays you're mostly entirely neutral. Huh. You are Garganical on your playthrough team. You like it, but you wish you had a mon you liked more on the team. Still cool, though. Yeah. Garganical is lovely. Heck yeah. You don't like it? Weird. Yes, it's my favorite rock type. So different from it's just a rock and that's it. So cool. Exactly. I feel like so many rock types are so boring in their design and how they utilize the element. This is so creative and so cool. Tommy becomes something cool. Yeah, I called it a Monster Rancher character in its final form. Trying too hard to be cute is what I said. Yeah, Garganical, just look at it, sprinkle its little salt. It's got a really cool, unique move called Rock Salt. It's got its own ability. This thing is like a Titan in terms of its defensive capabilities. I think that's something I like so much about it, is this Pokemon feels like a Titan, you know? Stop making me like it more. Shiny looks good. I think I prefer the standard, but this looks nice. I like how the eyes kind of glow with the big peanut butter. Didn't bother with Palmy until after you beat the game, yeah. Yeah. Garganical. Very cool. Excellent. One of my faves. 7-7, chat. Hell yeah. A big thing. This Pokemon looks cool. Charcadet. Give me a moment before we crack into this. Shit, did I just change my mic setting? How loud do I want to be? This loud? This loud? Is this too loud? Is this the same? I don't know. Okay, is that better? Is my mic good? I see someone saying the quiet Jord. Is that real? Little baby knight. I like that. Looks like a robot master to me. Oh, I believe I heard the person who designed this was somebody who worked on Mega Man character design, didn't they? I feel like that's an actual thing. Charcadet. The Fire Child Pokemon. And it's not a stupid fucking, like, animal, you know? It's not... It's not like a... Like, so many Pokemon are just... Look, it's a fire-type horse. Look, it's a fire-type dog. Look, it's a fire-type fox. Look, it's a fire-type snail. And it's like, okay, that's cool. It's cool to see Pokemon combine with elements, but I also like it when you just do something weird. This is so weird. This is a creative idea. They're just like, let's make a person. And its design is excellent. Look at how cute it is. Look at its eyes. The colors. Look at how ready to go he is. Now, I said when we talked about Squovit last gen that Squovit is the second cutest Pokemon. Because, chat, this is the cutest of all Pokemon. Charcadet. And then Squovit. Sweetie! He's a sweetie! Look at the way the flames, the color design. Like, the balance, it's just so good. Great name, too. Charcadet. I just like it when they make, creative things. They just made, like, a cool warrior thing. This is the cutest mon to you? I shouldn't be surprised, but I entirely disagree. How can you say no to that little face? I love the flames in the eyes. I love how much this looks like a middle ground between its evolutions. Shiny is excellent. Blue eyes, baby. I think I hunted like 7 or 8 of these. Something like that. Looks really good. It's a subtle change, but it looks great. What a Pokemon, man. A fire warrior. Now, I love it when they have Pokemon that evolve 2 different ways. And right off, they have Charcadet going 2 different ways, depending on the armor that you give it. It becomes a fire psychic type. You wouldn't think necessarily psychic, but that's such an awesome type to give to Armarouge, the fire warrior Pokemon, and, as is well known on the channel, my favorite Pokemon. Now, before Armarouge came around, it wasn't necessarily easy to figure out, like, who is your favorite Pokemon, because there's so many. But when you find one that speaks to you so much, it's so effortless, it's so, oh yeah, that's the one. I remember when they first showed this and Ceruledge off, I was in love, immediately in love. Actually, like, flabbergasted that they made something so different and cool and just perfect in its design. Look at its colors, look at its armor, look at its face. its flaming eye, its sweet, footless legs. The name is excellent. The type combination is really cool. Armarouge is so cool. A Fire Knight with an arm cannon. It has a cool type combo. Such a standout mon of this gen 2. A standout fire type that's so different. Exactly. 100%. Completely agree with all of that. You tried to have Armarouge on your team, but you didn't like using it, so into the box with him. It's super cool, but it doesn't even make your top 100, honestly. He's super cool even still. You really like him, but you're not as into it. No, I understand that. This doesn't really line up with, like, the general taste you've expressed over these reviews. So I can't say I'm surprised. SMA not being a fan of this guy is surprising to me, because it is very obviously cool, I feel like. Which SMA normally goes for. But absolutely adore it. You've all seen my my giant plush, who is behind all of my streams. He looks great. I'm not going to move it because it can be a pain to get it back there without it falling down. But I do have a tiny figure. See, he's got his full legs behind the mount. And a tiny figure. And I have one of the cards that we're looking at. I even have a little Charcadet. It's his son. Yeah, though they just nailed it. They nailed everything that I want to see. You know, like the only way I feel like I could see them make a Pokemon that would surpass Armarouge for like my taste would be like them putting Meowlin in the game. You know what I mean? I don't have a Ceruledge figure. But yeah, just the color palette, the look, the originality of the whole design. It's just like the coolest thing. The coolest thing, man. Shiny is beautiful. Look at that blue. Now, see, what I love is how much the blue stands out against everything else. Like, those are striking eyes. Right? Shiny is dog shit. Sorry, Jord. It was a joke back in time. It was only for 10 seconds. It was a timeout for only 10 seconds. Are you back? Are you good? This is my first time trying that. Why do they have to hide all your messages? I put you in a timeout for 10 seconds. You're good? Okay, cool. Because you said shiny is dog shit. Timed out time. I'm just playing. Your messages will all be back in the VOD and all that. Now here is, so that you can all see the very cool way that Armarouge is designed to move its armor to create its arm cannon. That's really smart design. That's the stuff you get today with Pokemon design. It's just them thinking about them on like a level of motion. You know, they're not just making a flat creature. They're making something that has a dynamic element to their design. Welcome back, Toon. So yeah, you gotta see a bit of that. Here. The counterpart, Ceruledge, which is another incredibly good design. Fire ghost type, incredibly cool. Look at the colors. Look at the flames. Look at the blades. That striking, like, white flame coming out of its eyes. The giant boots. The armor that it has on. Ceruledge is excellent. Top tier design. Excellent. Ceruledge is much more your speed and color palette. Is general fighting style. She's so pretty and honestly kind of terrifying. Ceruledge is insanely cool. They're both insanely cool. Just wanted to pop in and say I love Ceruledge. Yeah. We appreciate that, Triss. Armourouge and Ceruledge are two of the coolest Pokemon they've ever made. Like, I cannot believe they showed both of these off at the same time. Just like, holy shit, who did you have make these? This is where it's at, bro. You look at the starters of the gen and then you look at these. You prefer this design too, but they are both pretty cool. Ceruledge, it's good. Kind of wish it got a unique pre-evolution, but it's still cool. I like that they both come from the same thing. I think Charcadet's a nice middle ground. I think it's a cool idea that they both have different kinds of armor that set them down different paths. Name is great. They're both just fantastic. Like, I can't say enough good things about both these Pokemon. One thing I will say is I actually think the shiny is a downgrade. Because the white flames, I think, look better than these red flames. I think it's really cool that the flames are, like, the color of, like, the other one, right? I think that's really cool. But I think that the white flames just look better than these. But these don't look bad. Character like is so lame, blatant Shellmon, and looks out of place. Now, see, I don't agree because I think it's good for there to be variety. I don't want every Pokemon to just be an animal. You know what I mean? They make so many animals. At the same time, I can understand Pokemon being too characterized. I don't think these get there. I think it's cool to have some humanoids. It's when they make, like, humanoids that are also animals that it gets, like, dicey to me. But this is just strict humanoid. Yeah, both excellent. Now, see, then you get to boring shit like this. Electric type tadpole called Tadbulb. Very clever. It's like a light bulb. It's cute. It's got a face. Kind of looks like it's wearing a helmet. It's pretty boring. At least it's different, though. I do like seeing them doing, like, you know, an electric frog. That's different. It's not another water-type frog. It's an electric frog, and that is fun. But yeah, I like snooze. Shiny is not very good. Charcadet line is lame to you. Brazen Shellmon looks out of place next to other Pokemon. Yeah, heavy disagree. Heavily disagree. Bad. Fairly different. It's just like red on the bottom instead of the other color it was. Boring. Now, it gets wacky when it evolves. Bellybolt is very different. Very different for a frog, very different for, like, Pokemon in general. It's got, it kind of looks like Lubba from Mario Galaxy 2. Color palette's unique. It has, like, thick eyes. And it's just like a big borb that charges electricity. And this thing doesn't do anything for me. Pure Electric is boring. We have a million of them to start. I don't think the fake eyes look very cool. I think like its regular face, like it's cute, it looks friendly, but it has that kind of like painted on face look where it's like, this looks like an Adventure Time character. It's just not a compelling look. It's a unique thing for a frog, for an electric type, for it to look like this, but I don't know. It doesn't do anything for me as a design. It's just boring. It really is Lubba. Never really thought some mons looked out of place. In Gen 1, we had WTFs like Porygon, so anything can be a Pokemon. That's the thing. It's like, and I've explained this before, when they make new designs, like when they made the Regis and the Metang line and stuff like that, it's like, when they're Pokemon, that expands what Pokemon design can be. Like, it's like, well, it might not look like Pokemon, but now that it is, now it's what Pokemon can look like. You love this frog, yeah? Y'all don't understand how much you love it. That kind of checks out. It just, I don't know. It's not unlikable, it's just boring to me. It doesn't have a compelling form, it doesn't have a compelling, like, character. But I mean, it is different for the frogs. You used a belly bolt on your playthrough team and she was so fun. Cool. Shiny's good. It stands out. It's significantly different. It almost looks like some kind of camouflage, right? Makes the real eyes harder to see. I like this symbol on the back. Yeah, it's a good shiny. Named her Zabufa. Did good work against the champion. Yeah, I believe it. Bellybolt's a good Pokemon. Like, it takes the hits. Just realized you have a Bellybolt full art, but not a normal one for a card. Huh. A++ design? I would give, if I was going to rank this design, I'd give it like a C+. Maybe. We can't start ranking designs. Okay. Wattrel is excellent. This is what all the other birds that start off the generations want to be. They want to be cute and awesome like Wattrel. Bellybolt line is fine. Another we need a frog and an electric type. I know. This is so nice. This is so elegant. The color palette, the balance of its design, the eye, like the expression, like it's such a friendly, cool little bird. I think Wattrel's really good. You hate Bellybolt, an electric frog could have been so cool, but instead we got this queso looking ass. I don't know what queso is. I've heard of it though. But yeah, chat, this is such a nice bird. And an electric flying type is compelling. Like, we've had them before, but never really on this, like, level of commonality. It broke the early bird Pokemon thing and instead made Fletchling again the early bird Pokemon. I like it when they break traditions. You know me, chat. I don't want them to follow, like, some kind of rule book. I think it's stupid that they always, like, make similar things. Like, Wattrel is pretty late in the game. I would barely even consider it, like, the early bird. If you're going to call anything the bird of the gen, I guess Wattrel's the one. Because it evolves once. But really cool. You love frogs so much, your favorite animal, and Politoed is so phenomenal that it's your PFP, but Bellybolt is an insult. Politoed's really nice. Politoed sets a high bar. Let's be real. Shiny Wattrel looks good. Not super different. It's got some red with yellow and gray. Looks cute. Nice little bird. Now, for the amount of, like, I've said before, flying is my least favorite type in Pokemon. I think that it's like the least cohesive because they just give flying to anything that can fly. So it's not a compelling type because they don't really design Pokemon around the type. It's just like, well, does it have wings? Does it fly? Then it's a flying type. And there aren't a lot of birds that I'd really say are like something that really mean a lot to me in Pokemon that I'm like, oh, I really love that bird. My favorite bird Pokemon is Kilowattrel. I adore this bird. This is so cool. This thing is so cool looking. I love its name. I love its color palette. I love its face. I love its designs, its patterning. I love that it puffs up its throat. I love this thing so much. Kilowattrel is so cool. And, like, makes the other birds look like chumps. When they're silly and cute, they're silly and cute. For Belly Bolt, yeah, no, I get it. This bird is cool. You wouldn't consider it the bird of this gen. Its evolution is cool looking, too. Yeah. Cute frigate bird, but not much else. It's so cool. Yeah. Love it, love it, love it. Shiny. Looks good. I don't think it looks good as the normal one, because I think the darker colors playing off the yellow looks really good on the normal one. But this doesn't look bad. It looks more like it's wearing some kind of vest. Tranquil is unironically better. Oh my god. What a harmful thing to say. Tranquil, bro. Are you sure you don't like Tranquil just because it's underappreciated? If people didn't appreciate Kilowattrel, would you love it all of a sudden? You do you. It's all good. I love that bird, though. Okay, so we've come to our second dog. Mastiff. This is not a looker. It's kind of like a pathetic-looking dog. It's very simple-looking. This almost looks like a thing you'd see in, like, a cartoon, right? That's just like a normal world. It's just like a cartoon dog. It wants to look menacing, even though it's not. And it does this thing, which is cool. It's like, look, I'm scary, I'm menacing. But a pretty uncompelling dog, I would say. A pretty uncompelling Pokemon design in general. But what I appreciate is, like the Fido line, they're branching out more. Like, they're getting more variety for dogs. Because there are a lot of dogs in Pokemon already. But there aren't a lot of dogs that look like these dogs. So I appreciate that about Mastiff. I appreciate that about Fido. Staraptor and Skarmory are the greatest birds. Maybe Talonflame, but Kilowattrel is just meh. Not a fan of Talonflame. To me, the face matters a lot in a bird. Staraptor and Skarmory I can see appreciation for, though. Even if Kilowattrel was unappreciated, I wouldn't care about it, honestly. You don't care if you get hate for this, but you think the Pidove line is basic? That's like a fact. You look up basic online, you see the Pidove line. Not a fact, to be clear. But I mean, it is very basic. IMO. Mastiff is such a wholesome mon. In the decks, it tries to be scary with its little scowl, but even crying children burst into laughter when they see Mastiff's face. Yeah. You can still love the Pidove line. Go for it. Yeah, this dog, I appreciate it for being different, but it is uncompelling. Shiny is significantly different. Look at that. Darker color. Like, as far as shinies go, that's a good shiny variation of the Pokemon. Dark colored. Purplish. Looks nice. Mabostiff. The boss Pokemon, pure dark type, big dog. Like I'm saying, very different from the dogs we've had. Um, it's kind of going for like a Honchkrow thing in terms of like being like a I'm a dark nasty boss, right? There's a sweet story about Mabostiff in the game, which, you know, if you played Scarlet and Violet, you know about it. It's a very sweet story. With that said, this doesn't do anything for me as a design. It's just like a hefty dog, but like there's nothing interesting about it. Its form isn't very interesting. Its color palette isn't interesting. It's a pure dark type. It kind of looks like it has like a slick back Mafia do, which isn't really my thing. I do like when it opens its mouth really wide to try and look intimidating. Like that. That's kind of cool. You kind of got something going on there. But just kind of a boring Pokemon. I appreciate it, like I said, to have more dog variety. But boring. You hate Arven's lame half-baked story that could be summarized in one sentence. I think it's the best part of that game. It's much better than the Team Star crap. The Team Star crap is unbearable. And then like the main story is not much of a story, like the Nimona thing. To me, like the Arven stuff's where the heart is. Even if it's, you know, very typical in how it's all plays out. Unironically, one of your favorite dark types. It's a sweetie, sure. You love Kilowattrel. Happy to see that. It gives you old man vibes who looks menacing but is a cutie, and you love this guy so much. That's cute. Hi, Burning Baron. We'll hopefully join in later. Hope everyone's having fun. Thank you, Burning Baron. We are having fun. I hope you have fun with your stream. We'll be going for a while. I don't know how long it'll be. We've been making, like, good progress. Yeah, thanks for stopping in. You think all of the game's stories are sweet? In Scarlet and Violet or every Pokemon game? Shiny is not bad. It's like purplish and black with like a whiter mane. It kind of contrasts more, which makes it a little more striking. I actually think it's an improvement over the standard color. Arven's story gets praised for being basic. It's literally just 5 cutscenes of arguably the same thing. Yeah, people just like a big sweet dog. That's the thing, and it's okay. That's all we need. That's all we need. It's just a big sweet dog to like. Yeah, it's a good looking shiny. Shroodle. Toxic Mouse. Poison Normal. First Poison Normal type. And it's this thing. This is a pretty forgettable Pokemon, gotta be honest. It's a head. It's got a little body. It's got like these weird teeth on the end. It kind of looks like Olimar when the Pikmin take him into the ship and turn him into a Pikmin. You hate Shroodle. You like the name, but this looks like it was rushed in last minute. It does feel like a pretty passionless Pokemon design. Like, it is very simple. And what's weird is it doesn't really have anything to do with its evolution. Its evolution is totally different. The only great design in the entirety of Gen 9. Wow. Well, you mean the whole line. Shroodle is so bad, yeah. It looks like a Tsum Tsum. Okay, yeah, you know what? I actually really can see that. That is not a mouse. It's called Toxic Mouse Pokemon. The game actually calls it that. It's actually literally a mouse. But I hear you. It doesn't look like one. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like it's just kind of there to have a pre-evolution. Shiny is purple-eyed. Doesn't look bad. Not very different. It's okay. It's like almost the same color as the background. Grafai. Toxic monkey. So it evolves from a mouse into a monkey. This thing's got a nice, like, energy to it, you know, it's like, it's distinct. It's distinct. I like its, like, big, like, elongated middle fingers that have, like, drippy paint. How it looks like it's wearing a hood. I like its big bushy tail. Like, this thing has a very, well-balanced design. It's not really for me, though. I appreciate him, though. But to me, definitely, like, one of the more muted Pokemon of Gen 9. You know, like, they're only in one area. Nobody special uses them in the game. They just kind of come and go, and like, I think they're kind of forgettable for that. But I do appreciate the Pokemon. Nice palette, nice general concept, and executed well. But just kind of feels weird how it came together with Shroodle being so different from it. Like, Shroodle's nothing like this thing's design. Strange. You could only see this line being the best if you are being intentionally really critical about the mons here. You do you, but I'm not feeling the line, especially not Shroodle. I respect the line. I think the line can be cool. Like, look at some of this artwork. Yeah, like I said, doesn't stand out very much. You would never replace your Alolan Raticate, but if you had to, you'd use Grafai. Interesting. Grafai, it has a distinct look, but it's fine, yeah. Yeah. Tough competition in this gen, frankly. But I do like seeing them making a poison normal type. I do like seeing them make, like, more poison types that are, like, mammals. Shiny is... What do we think of this? It's not a very attractive color. Public bathroom brown? I'm not sure. I like that the fingers are a different color, right? That's cool. But yeah, not a very attractive shiny. I like the Splatoon colors of the standard one more. Oh, baby. Yeah. This is the kind of thing that you're excited. When you're playing a Pokemon game blind, and you see how great this middle card is, and you see tumbleweeds with eyes, I'm stoked. I see these things blowing around, and I'm like, oh my god, look at it. It's just a tumbleweed with little eyes inside. And it's a grass ghost type. The potential. I think this is really nice. It's just so simple. I love the brambliness of the branches. I like how it spins, but its eyes don't need to spin. It's just really cool. Like, it's simple, but it's just really nice. But I love a weird freak like this. Shiny's not really doing much. It's very similar to the standard. It's like, I guess it looks like it has a little more life to it. Doesn't look bad. Why is it a ghost type? Because it's like a haunted bramble. Look at how eerie it is, right? I think it's pretty cool. You could probably, like, look into... Yeah, it says, a soul unable to move on to the afterlife was blown around by the wind until it got tangled up with dried grass and became a Pokemon. There you go. There's your reason. That's your reason. And then it evolves, and it's like, yes, yes. This is so sweet. It's just a bigger tumbleweed, but, like, look at how they filled out its face. They gave it something that kind of makes it look like it has a smile. or something like that. The name is wonderful also. Bramblegast. And the eyes. I love how the eyes are different. I love how spiky it is. I love the purple tips at the top. This is just such an appealing design. I love a tumbleweed as a Pokemon. You know, like that's just fun. And I think the execution is really good. It's just spot on. Heck yeah. Shiny looks nice. Look at that. It still has the purple, but like they kind of just changed the base colors. It still looks like something that would belong in the wild. And it's significantly different from the standard version, but it still looks pleasing to the eye. It's a ghost type because it's cool. If it was just a basic grass, it would be lame. This is a cool Pokemon. You know what? It is funny that you say that, actually, because if it was just a grass type, it would make it less interesting. I've gone over that in videos before. You all know. But yeah, it being a ghost type's really cool. We got a lot of grass ghost types at this point. And this is probably my favorite. I think I might even like this more than Delmise. I think I would say I do, yeah. Best grass ghost. Unfortunately, it's very frail and its moveset's pretty bad. I've tried using it in the games. It doesn't get a lot done. Okay. Toadstool. Ground grass type. It's like a Torterra. So I don't... When Alolan Pokemon came out... When Alolan Pokemon came out, I was worried that Pokemon was going in a direction where they were going to get close to, like, making new Pokemon that were like palette swaps, right? But regional variants were different enough from the standard Pokemon that they weren't just palette swaps. Some came close. Like, you know, you look at that Galarian Slowpoke, and it's, like, really similar to a regular Slowpoke. But it's like, okay, this is okay. They're not new Pokemon. They're just forms, right? They're just forms. I think that a lot of creature-based games go in a direction of, like, let's just phone it in. Let's just make color swaps and call them new things. Digimon does this. A lot of RPGs do this with enemies. Yokai Watch did this from the get-go. And I think it reduces the quality of your creature base. You know what I mean? When you just make palette swaps. Pokemon was smart enough to never go there, outside of making shiny variants. And, like, there are some Pokemon that have different colors, but, like, they're not considered different Pokemon. They're just considered different colors of the same Pokemon. So, Gen 9 gives us new Pokemon that are based on existing Pokemon. They're not quite palette swaps. They have differences to them, but now we're getting even closer to that idea. We're getting even closer to that idea of palette swaps being new Pokemon. And that is something I do not like about this idea. Toadstool being like a Tentacool that lives in a different environment that changed so much, it's like a different animal completely. I understand that kind of thing happens in real life, but it ends up making this Pokemon feel like a redundancy to it. It feels less interesting, it feels less original, because it is based on Tentacool. It's the meme Pokemon. Whoa, it's like Tentacool, but it walks on land. Yeah, it's fine. Kind of a lame design. It's just a recolor. Unfortunately, not much of a unique design. Yeah, so, like, that's kind of my issue with a lot of these ones, is they don't feel like their own, completely their own Pokemon. Because this Pokemon is a Tentacool, but now Toadstool, that looks a lot like Tentacool, but has been changed in so many ways. It's just getting close. It's just getting real close to that. We made a palette swap and called it a new Pokemon, you know? And it is different enough. And I don't even dislike Toadschool. I think it's kind of a funny little guy. Look at him. It's an interesting idea. I'm just saying, like, Pokemon, don't get carried away with this kind of idea. I don't want to see every generation filled with these, like, new versions of old Pokemon necessarily. I like the regional version idea more. Like, if this was a regional Tentacool, that would be super cool. And I might even prefer that as opposed to making it its own Pokemon. Because, like, if you know how we do, like, our cutting Pokemon out of generations thing? If we were going to do one for Gen 9, some of the first to go would be these Toadschool Wiglet things. Because they're just other versions of Pokemon that already exist. They're bringing less original to the table because they're just new versions of old Pokemon that they're calling new Pokemon. So that's, I just wanted to get that out there. Toadschool is a funny little thing. They're absolutely going to get carried away with this idea. I do wonder. I do hope they don't. Shiny looks great. It's just white. Convergent evolution is an incredibly interesting concept, but Pokemon doesn't do much with it. To me, it's like, why not just make them regional variants? Why not just make this a regional variant of Tentacool? To me, it's like them being like, well, it's different enough to be a new Pokemon. Feels like they're trying to, like, get away with making regional variants new Pokemon. Feels they needed one more Pokemon. I couldn't think of anything. It's a fine Mon, but it's so bland. A recolor, if you weren't into Pokemon, you would assume it's just a clone, not a unique Mon. Yeah, exactly. And I like new Pokemon being new Pokemon. That's something I thought was so elegant about regional variants. It's like you're doing something new with existing Pokemon, but you're not calling them new Pokemon. Like, I wouldn't be a fan if they were like, oh yeah, Alolan Ninetales and Alolan Vulpix are new Pokemon, and we just changed their name. Like, you know how people say things like Snowshrew for, like, the Alolan Sandshrew? Like, I get what they're saying, but also, that's less interesting to me. Toadscruel. The evolution. Toadscruel looks cool. Like, despite my thing, like, this is cool. I like regular Tentacruel, and Toadscruel looks pretty sweet. I like the idea of them making them mushrooms. I like the color palette. I like how wiggly and gangly it is. I even like the curious type combination of grass ground. It's a cool thing. Convergent and regional forms aren't that different. That's specifically because Pokemon hardly does anything with convergent evolution as a whole. It's just like, you know, to me, it's like Pokemon's not real life. Why make Pokemon that look like other Pokemon at all, regardless of the reasons? Like, they're making up the reasons, you know? If they're gonna do this again, they need to be more creative. Yeah. They don't flesh out the idea enough. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, I like the game that you picked, SMA. Regional Pokemon were introduced as a cool bonus mons, like the Gen 7 mons were all strong mons in that region, then filler mons they had to squeeze in. Thing is, like, I know that they internally treat new forms as new Pokemon. You know what I mean? Like, the new forms in Alola were to fill out those types. The Ice type, the Dark type. They needed more Pokemon of those types. So, like, they're playing the role of, like, new Pokemon internally. They just didn't call them that in the game. In theory, this could be a fun thing in science to apply to Pokemon, regardless of whether or not Pokemon is real. Like, the proof is in the pudding. Don't just make, like, a Pokemon that looks the same as Tentacool and Tentacruel. That could easily be regional variants. Convergent evolution is itself pretty fleshed out, but they do nothing with it here. At that point, just make new Pokemon, then. Just make it look less like Tentacool and Tentacruel and call it something else. I don't know. But yeah, I like Toadscruel, Toad's cool. I think they're cool. Shiny of this is wonderful. That looks fantastic. That looks beautiful. Significantly different from the base, and it pops. So yeah, I do like these. It comes down to a point of, I appreciate that new Pokemon are new Pokemon, you know? And not just, well, we're trying to resell you old Pokemon. Cloth. I do not care for Cloth. I like that we have a crab that's not a water type. It's nice that they made a rock type crab. I just don't think this is an appealing design. It doesn't look friendly. It doesn't look interesting. I like that it's big. I like that it's kind of shaggy. But it's just boring to me. Pure rock type, no evolutions, just boring. I like the cry it has. Yep, that's what I got to say. Shiny cloth, you know, good shiny. Significantly different from regular cloth. The blue and the white looks good. I actually like how this looks. I even like that they changed, like, the hairs. Looks good. But yeah, this Pokemon is just boring. A filler mon in your eyes kind of feels like we need an exclusive Titan Pokemon and made this. No evolutions either. Odd. Yeah. Yeah. Cloth is silly and cute and you enjoy it? Okay. He's a weird sweetie. Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's like they've made a lot of crabs at this point. And like I said, I appreciate that they made this one a rock type. It's different enough from the other ones. But I don't know. I need something more interesting to keep me compelled. Hell yeah. Look at this little guy. Also known as as Ludo from Star versus the Forces of Evil. If you've seen that show, you'll know what I'm talking about. But this is Capsakid. And I like this little thing. Look at its little face. Look at its little body. It's so funny. It's just such a funny little thing. Like, I like how, like, grumbled it looks, right? It has this, like, cute little head, and it's got this little grumbled face. It's just like a little tot. It makes me think of a little tot on the loose, who's up to mischief. I just think it's cute. It's a very simple design. Capsakid is interesting. Very much feels like its own thing. You applaud this fella? Yeah. Cute little weirdo. And you see it, at least when I saw it in the game, I'm like, what is this thing? What is it going to become? I don't understand this thing. It's just like another small grass thing when we already had the Smoliv line. Unique Pokemon. The name is like from an old school toy line. It's a good design. Yeah. Shiny, I think looks pretty good. Just like yellow and blue. I don't think that looks bad. You don't like it? Okay. Like it says spicy pepper. Like what are you talking about? Now, this is a Pokemon that I almost wish that I was playing this game on stream when this game came out. Because I think you all would have liked to see my reaction to evolving it. I go in my inventory, and the Firestone says it'll work on Capsakid. I'm like, what? And I was like, jaw agape when I saw it evolve. I was like, what? I was thrown off so much by this. It's a two-headed pepper beast. With a really nice name in Scovillain. But it's a two-headed pepper beast. It looks kind of like a thug, but like, look at its faces. It's got pepper heads, and on top of that, grass fire. Do you know how cool grass fire is as a type combo? This is like the type combination I've wanted like the longest of anything. I want to see more grass fire types. I often see people make like a jack-o'-lantern when they make fake grass fire types. But like, I was so into this. I'm like, this is so cool. Where do you begin? You're so mixed. This is Don't Stop You, Just Wait. All right, I'm tired of waiting. This is my least favorite Pokemon of all of them. You effing hate this thing. Wow. That's quite the hate. Such a WTF design, like not the kind of mon you were expecting, seeing it instantly evolve into it's so cool. Yeah, it's like that little Capsicid thing, so unassuming, and it just becomes crazy. I love things with multiple heads. I think they're cool. Such a disappointing Pokemon. This design looks like the spit on your boot. Look at it. It looks so disgusting. It's a pepper beast. I love that it has like different expressions on the faces, the different colored pepper heads. It's almost like a dragon. Scrafty vibes? I see the Scrafty vibes, and I think that's a good thing. The disappointment of the century? I think it's really cool. I think it's just a really clever idea to make a grass fire type a pepper monster, right? Now, there is one thing that holds Scovillain back for me. First of all, it's bad. It has bad stats. It's really hard to use this thing. My Scovillain is actually designed with the ability Moody, which is just ups and downs its stats every turn and makes it like this weird crapshoot random thing, because there's no other way to use it. There's no other way to try to use Scovillain. So, like, it stinks that the Pokemon's kind of bad. And we'll kind of get into this more next month. But also, I think Scovillain is ripe for an evolution. I think Scovillain was ripe for an evolution, where it would get 3 pepper heads and become maybe like a giant dragon. I would love that. I'll complain about what they actually did more next month. You've wanted grass fire for so long. When you finally get it, you get 2 balloons attached to a plant. His head looks like pimples. This is so bad, man. Wow. Yeah, no, I like it. This is my vibe. Scovillain is my vibe. He's just a funny little guy. Shiny is not great. They gave it like a yellow and blue body that, like, change the colors of the heads. Leave the body the same and change the colors of the heads. Don't do this. Blah. Yeah, it's got 2 heads, chat. Your hate for this Pokemon knows no bounds. I want to see them make more grass fire types, but I am very happy with Scovillain. Unspeakable things about this Pokemon under your breath. This was a big surprise for me when I played Scarlet and Violet for the first time. Such a grouch, you need to put this out there? No, 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 go for it. You're being very respectful in your grouchiness. Maybe this will perk you up. Bug type. Our 3rd bug of the gen. Reller. And it's a dung beetle. I mean, okay, it's not rolling around dung. It's rolling around mud. But it is based on the idea of a dung beetle. I mean, there are some beetles like that just roll mud, I'm pretty sure. Reller's unique. When I first saw this thing, I'm like, what a cool thing. This thing could become something so different. You assume it's going to become like a bigger version where it has a giant mud ball, right? Very distinct looking face. Very, like, distinct look to this Pokemon. They clearly want it to look original and different, and I think they succeeded in that. I like the patterns on the back. I like watching it push its little ball around. You're not perked up over this thing. You are perked up. Reller's a funny little fella. Yeah. Reller's a funny little fella. I could see not digging its, like, Muppet face, right? I could see not liking that. But, just like a little weird, silly weirdo, right? Just a silly weirdo. Also, chat, if you didn't know, its name is Roller backwards. Guess what it would use in Splatoon? Skullvillain wishes he could be like this Muppet Beetle. It's just Roller backwards, probably giving Splatoon players PTSD getting run over by splat rollers. Yeah. We're on the same page. Skullvillain's for the compost bin. This is for the birds. Okay. Shiny is cool. This is how you do a good shiny. You give it golden ball, and you change its base color. It's something that stands out. That's good. Now, this is another evolution where it's like, oh. What? Really? Okay. That's not what I was expecting. Becomes a bug psychic type. And it's floating, and it has like this magical purple ball now. And it's a blue wizened elder named Rabska, which is scarab, but the word is mixed around. Like, what a cool thing to do. What a cool thing to do. A unique creature for a mon, not really your vibe. Also, it's shiny is cool, yeah. This is like really fun. Nice color palette. Nice mysticism. It's compelling. This is what, like, you know, the Spite Ops line is lacking. It's like, where's the compelling aspect? This is compelling. You love this elder here? Heck yeah. It's really interesting. Now, I would say, like, we don't have a lot of Pokemon with this kind of, like, wizened elder vibe, so I appreciate that for the variety. That said, it's not really my kind of vibe. I would say Low Kicks is my favorite bug of these three that we've gone through, these three lines. Spite Ops is still better than Skullvillain. Skullvillain would eat Spite Ops. The evolution is funny, though. You walk it around and it evolves to say, screw rolling the ball. I feel like you're reading my mind. Heck yeah. Now, the thing is, it's rolling this ball because it actually has its infant young inside the ball. Chat, if you didn't know, that's the lore. Here's the shiny. They make it gold. I think that the blue and the red look better than the gold and the brown, but it's cool. It's a cool shiny. Eat Skullvillain out of your spite. Do you like peppers? Cook you up a pepper meal. Yeah, good shiny. And then let's go to... Here is the infant, chat. Inside the ball, you can maneuver the camera in a way to see it. That is the infant inside Rabska's ball that it is rolling around to please it. Now, the infant doesn't look anything like, you know, Reller or any kind of thing, so I don't really know. It's just a fun thing to do, right? It's just fun. Flittle. Psychic type. And what I like is this is another original creature. It's just like a tissue dispenser that looks like a bird that floats around. It's like theme is like frills. It's very silly. Flittle is such an odd little fella. Yeah, it is odd. I like its color palette. It's the kind of thing that, like, this is another Pokemon, you see it and you're like, what the hell is this thing going to become? You know? It could go in so many directions. But yeah, it's a cute little thing. I like this thing. You found its evolved form before finding this thing and didn't know it evolved into something you already had. Yeah, it's easy to find its evolved form first, I think. You're not the first person I've heard say that. But yeah, Flittle. I like it. It's different. Like, I like it when they make original creatures. Shiny's not that great. They like kind of changed out the bottom coloration. It's not very noticeable. It doesn't look very good. Not a good shiny. Finding a floating tissue dispenser in the wild, only in Paldea, genuinely was curious what it was going to evolve into. Yeah, yeah. And now let's look at that thing. Espathra. Espathra is really cool. They made it become an ostrich. A psychic ostrich with a really distinct look to it. The color palette, the form, the face. Like, very powerful imagery. You know? I think they did a really good job with Espathra. Look at its eyes glowing. It's such an interesting Pokemon. Yeah, it is. You can barely see its head. Sorry. Wrong thing. Come on, you damn thing. Do that. Is that good? Now it looks too small. You're going there. And now the cards aren't the right size. God damn it. There we go. Okay. You love this design a lot. Very wild Pokemon. So many things happening in its design. Like, what am I looking at when I saw one? Yeah, it's pretty freaky and cool. I like the name. I like the palette. I like the design. Very nice. Inspired by Cleopatra. I feel like it's more just like they wanted an artsy kind of strange look to it, right? That's my guess. They did a good job though, making a weird freak. Shiny, let's see. Do we like this? I don't think it's a very attractive color. So I would say I don't really dig this shiny. Like, it's noticeable, but this doesn't look very good. That's what you thought when you saw the hair it has, yeah. Shiny isn't half bad, yeah. Okay. Alright. Fairy Steel. Tinkatink. Now, when I first saw Tinkatink, I was pretty stoked. Because I thought I found a tiny caveman. I'm like, what is this weird little caveman? When you look at it closer up, you're like, oh, it's actually a brat. It's actually a bratty baby. I do like that it has like a metal rattle. And I do like that it's its own weird creature. But the story of this thing's evolution is a story of disappointment. But I do think Tinkatink is interesting. I like the name. Does this gen have a lot of psychic types? I don't know. This Pokemon is great all around. Tinkatink is honestly adorable. Look at Los Babies. So, like, there's something about its form. You might see, like, this doesn't look like a thing that exists. This thing looks like it's made out of, like, bubblegum or something. I like its kind of sad expression, but yeah, disappointment on the way. Baby with a rattle that can hurt you. Yeah, I was like, heck yeah, caveman baby. Cave baby. Alright, the shiny's interesting in that it just changes the color of the rattle and the steel parts. Which is cute. I wouldn't say this color looks very nice with the pink, though. You like this Pokemon, but you do not like its shiny that much? Yeah. All right. It evolves into Tinkatuff, which I think is an improvement, but it's also like, oh, you're going in a direction I did not anticipate. That isn't really the direction I would take it in. Its hammer is bigger, which is cool. I like its hair more here, but you look pretty angry. And your body's really weird. Like you look like the Michelin Man. Or like you're made out of something like... Maybe it isn't an improvement over Tinkatank. Like, it's cool that it swings around this big hammer. It's just, there's something about its design that looks unfinished to me. Like, what are these things? Like, I don't know. It looks like something you blew up with air. It bullies poor defenseless Corviknights. Now, I would not say Corviknights are defenseless. Tinkatuff looks stupid is such a funny thing to say. I like the teeth. I like the weird mouth. Shiny, same thing. It's got like this color, which just I don't think looks very good. Contrasting with the regular body. Like the other one looks better. You don't think this Pokemon looks very nice. So we're actually talking about like a very favorite Pokemon line. A lot of people like this line. And here's where it culminates. Tinkaton. I don't care for Tinkaton very much. I think it's cool for how unique it is, but I have a lot of qualms with this design. What a way to describe something. You look like the mascot full of rolls. So here's the thing. The giant hammer is cool, right? Look at that giant hammer. That's sweet. It's the design of Tinkaton that looks bad to me. I hate that it kind of has this like big mom hair now. Like, this isn't the vibe that I want. Not at all from where I thought it was going from the beginning. Now it has like this big mom hair. It looks like the nurse in the region. And look at its body. Like, it's still just this like weird, like, what is the design here? It's just like this big puffy, like, look, there's no textures on this. Like, you got this stuff coming off it, but it just looks like a big gooby blob. And you look at its hands and it's like, why is the thumb the color of the other part of the body, but then this is like the hair color, but it also isn't her hair because it's going into her pink body? Like, it's just, to me, this is a mess. To me, this is just like a messy design. It's just like gooby and unfocused. And I think people just kind of like are overly attached to the idea of like, well, it's a tiny gremlin with a hammer. But I just think the execution is lacking. The big hammer is cool. But I'm not into this gremlin. The mon itself's the main part you like. You love Tinkaton, it's pretty cute and used to be on your playthrough team. You don't see the problem with the arms being the same color as the hair? You don't see what's not to like about this design? I just explained it. There are no textures on the body. Look, it's just a blob that connects to another blob just sitting on top of it. The thumb is a different color from the hand for no reason. And then the hand goes into this part. To me, this just seems so, like, what's the point? Why is it designed this way? It just feels aimless. They threw these things here for the sake of it. It just looks unfinished. I don't know. Look at its head. It's just this big, like, round. There's nothing on it. A lot of questionable design quirks from you. Interesting. It looks fine to you? Okay. SMA doesn't like it. I'm pretty sure the hammer is made from Corviknight feathers. Okay. Don't really see how that's a bad thing, to be completely honest. Hey, I mean, if it doesn't bother you, that's fine. Enjoy your Tinkaton, but I think this is a pretty overrated Pokemon, to be honest. And I don't say that very often. Like I said, I think people just like the gremlin with a big hammer idea, which is a cool idea, but I don't care at all for the execution. Looks like a bratty kid with mom hair. Here's the shiny. It did the thing again, where it made it a different color. Cool, but like the same complaints as the other ones. Respectfully, you don't understand how your gripes are gripes. None of this stuff you listed really bothers you much at all. I just feel like Pokemon generally have like a better form, a better sense of form, a better sense of texture. This looks like an enemy in like Slime Rancher. You know what I mean? This looks like an enemy that like isn't finished in a video game. These big gooby arms, I don't know. Disappointing to do with a really cool idea. You didn't even think about the lack of texture until you mentioned it? Yeah. Hey, if it doesn't bother you, that's fine. In Slime Rancher? What I mean is like an early enemy in a video game because it looks untextured. It looks like an unfinished model. It just looks aimless to me. Like, why is it this way? Why does it have this face? And these teeth? Like, none of it feels like it means anything. Look at it in the 2D art. Like, what is your model? What is your form? Looks like something from another game. Huh, I guess it does look like it. I think there's a good idea here. I feel like the execution feels sloppy. That's what I'll say. Feels sloppy. All right. I don't like this thing. Wiglet is stupid. I don't like this. Toadstool and Toadscroll I can give a pass, but you're just going to make a longer Diglett, paint it white and red, put it in the ocean, and call it Wiglet? You're being too cute. They're being way too cute with this shit. They think this is so funny. They're getting their laughs at this thing. It's just so boring. Pure water type. Taller. I don't like its big noodle form. It feels too much like they're trying to be jokey. I don't know. Look, we called it Wiglet. You like the idea of turning Diglett into an eel, but this could have been so much cooler, yeah. I don't know why they exist. Thank you, chat. Thank you for understanding. Shiny pops. I'll give it that. That thing pops. So boring. Bland mon that's clearly look, it's funny looking. That's look, it's funny looking. That's a Pokemon. Yeah, exactly. This thing, it feels like a thing made for memes. They even revealed this before the game came out. And it feels like they're trying to like get social media attention by doing that. And then it just, this is better. But it's just like, oh, well, what is Doug Trio? It's three Diglets. So what is Wug Trio? It's 3 Wiglets. I like that they have a rock. I think the color is better, and I think that overall their form and shape looks nicer with 3 of them as opposed to just 1. Like, this looks better as a form, but still just like not compelling, man. Not compelling. Are you sending this shit to Wugbo? I like Wugbo. Like, I don't dislike this thing. Wiglet was worse. But it's just, like, boring. What is Wug supposed to be? Yeah, and there's another thing. They just named it Wug because Doug Trio is Doug Trio. So they just named this Wug Trio. There's no thought to the name. It's just, well, it's W because Wug Trio. Alola Diglett line better than the Wiglet line? I really don't like Alolan and Doug Trio too. I think, okay, here's the thing. I like Alolan Diglett more than Wiglet. I like Wug Trio more than Alolan Doug Trio. The way you have to catch them is annoying in Scarlet and Violet, yeah. This one's got a good shiny. Becomes blue with, like, yellow noses. It's striking. Significantly different from the standard color. Looks good. Alolan Dugtrio at least has an idea. Wugtrio is spitballing. It's all about execution. Ultimately, I like these three things coming out of a rock more than the boy band. Oh, baby. So look, I went on my rant about birds with Kilowattrel, about how there aren't a lot of bird Pokemon that I'd really say I love, and Kilowattrel is my favorite. Let me introduce you to my second favorite bird. Because I effing love Bombardier. Flying dark type nasty evil stork. I love it. I love it. I actually love it. Look at it carry its flap. It's so clever. It's a stork. It's like a stork delivering babies, but it's evil and it drops rocks on you. That's awesome. This Pokemon is based on a stork delivering babies, but it's evil. Evil stork is what I call it. Yeah, it's sweet. I love its colors. I love its design. Chat, look at its face. It is such a nasty bird. You didn't picture you the type to actually like this thing? Yeah. I love it. Look at its card artwork. It's excellent. It has so much personality. I love its form. Really, really nice. Bombardier. It's such a funny concept, yeah. It's a creative, incredibly funny idea, but this is such a boring design. This had potential in spades, but they flubbed it. Wow. I mean, it does look a lot like just a crane, right? So I can kind of hear you on that. Lord Shen, Kung Fu Panda 2, chat. Watch it if you haven't seen it. The best Kung Fu Panda movie. Okay, yeah, this is how you do a shiny for this Pokemon. You make it creepy. Look at it. They made it black and white. But like with red spots on it, this is sweet. This is sweet. Bombardier's awesome, man. Hell yeah. Nasty bird. Nasty bird. The item drop Pokemon. If it's awesome, then why wasn't it brought back for the DLC in Legends EA? You gotta space them out. You think the simple design is what makes it for you? Like, you assume it's a basic bird, and then it throws shit at you. 10 out of 10 idea. Chat, after so long, they finally give us the dolphin. So long, Pokemon had no dolphin, and they just fucking were like, okay, you want a dolphin so much? Here's a dolphin. And it's cute as fuck. It's perfect. This is what we want from a dolphin. It's got a little bubble ring, beautiful design, coloration, sweet dolphin eyes, and a little face. It's just excellent. It's an excellent dolphin, and one of the cutest Pokemon they've ever made. Finizen is kind of cute. This feels just off the mark, huh? They flubbed this mon completely, so I'm assuming you're going to be talking about the evolution. But Finizen is wonderful. What a wonderful little happy dolphin. Look at it play with its ring. That is such nice animation. What a sweetie. Chat, it's a sweetie. Look. Finizen. This is a coercion campaign to convince the masses that dolphins are innocent beings. Dolphins are intelligent. They're wonderful. And the sharks are evil little shits. Sharks can be intelligent too, I think, maybe. Not really your type. These games had some very stupid evolution requirements. You're not wrong. Finizen's shiny is not very different, but like pleasant. That's a pleasant color. And the eyes are even a little different. Like that looks nice. It's not crazy, but it's pleasing. Now, Finizen is I would say an emotional roller coaster for anyone who has any kind of investment in it, right? Evolving Finizen into Palafin. Palafin Zero form. Now this might seem like, wait, what? But it's just, this is the love that we have for the Pokemon showing up on the Pokemon itself. We all love it so much, it's been emblazoned with a heart. Palafin. And you're like, I don't understand what's going on. Why does the dolphin have a heart and look the same? I'm disappointed. Why did they do this? Shiny is the same thing. Why did they do this? The heart is very cute, but come on, brah. Where's my big cool dolphin? Like, oh, you want a big cool dolphin? We'll give you a big cool dolphin. Hero form. And you're like, why? Why did you do this? We finally get a dolphin, and they like go out of their way to make something that is not dolphin-like. They make a superhero dolphin with gloves and big dorky silly feet, and it's like a hero, and there's this whole gimmick to using it. But here's the thing, chat. It's goofy, but it's also lovable. It's sweet and funny. Is this what people wanted a dolphin to be? Probably not. Would we have liked a more traditional dolphin evolution? Perhaps. But they're being creative with this, and I think Palafin's hero form is pretty sweet. Not as cool as Finizen, but it's a funny thing that they did, and I think it's appealing. They made a meme for Palafin for him as the hero from Megamind saying, "And I love you, random Finizen." Big yes, cool nope. Yeah, see, I get it. If you're not into this, I totally get it. And if you love this, I totally get that. This is, I think, a very hit or miss Pokemon for a lot of people. Palafin is such a WTF mon conceptually. Like, it only gets a heart as its Evo and then turns into a JoJo Bizarre Adventure creature. It's so outlandish. It's probably the most hit and miss Pokemon of all. Yeah, it's up there. It's cool, though, and a goofy dolphin, not just a bigger or cuter dolphin. It's unique looking. Yeah, they did something unique. They didn't just make a bigger Finizen. This hero form is so ew to you. Seeing this thing get mad is so funny. It's like the equivalent of seeing a Penguins of Madagascar character get mad. It's really funny to you. This design has the bones of something amazing, but they flubbed it. I could easily see myself turning around and liking this Pokemon in the near future, but right now, not for me. Yeah. Fair. The card on the right looks very nice. Yeah, that's a nice looking card. That's nice. So yeah, like, mixed feelings. I get it if people are all over the map with how they feel about Palafin, but I like the personality. Look at it. It's just a confident dolphin. And you know what else I think is really sweet about it is it's like a superhero form. It's just like, I'm another Finizen like all of you. And then there's something bad shows up, and the Palafin's like, I must go. And then they leave, and then Palafin hero form shows up. That's really cute. And all the dolphin are like, oh my god, look. Hero. I think that's really sweet. And yeah, you have to play online with people to get this thing, which stinks. And I mean, they slayed. They fucking slayed with this. Black Palafin? Anti-hero? Probably didn't want it as an evolution because they knew it would get that much flack. I wonder. I don't know. I feel like they're often confident on forcing things on you. You just sold me on this mon? You think this design has grown on you exponentially? Yeah, you can even see it in like the artwork for Palafin. You see all the other Finizen are looking at the hero, and they're all like in awe. It's really cute. You have the shiny Palafin full art. It's a nice card, Wolfgang. It's a nice one. Yeah. So overall, I love Finizen, and I like Palafin a lot. I think Palafin's cool. You used to have that shiny Palafin full art back when you traded cards. You traded it off. Now here's a creative creature. Continuing our, like, not safety, we get a steel poison type. Very interesting. And of course, it's going to be some kind of pollution monster. It's very weird. Varoom. A car engine that's just, like, attached to some ore and just flies around. Very curious. I think there's something kind of cute about Varoom. But it doesn't really excite me too much. I appreciate it for its originality of concept. Varoom looks like it needs cough medicine and a bowl of soup. Yeah. Shiny Varoom is good. This is how you do it. You make it a different color that looks nice. A good shiny. You would have assumed it would have been ghost type. Looks like a haunted car engine. Yeah, no, I hear you on that. It's very annoying when you're out exploring. If one spots you, it runs into you before you can react. Yeah. Finding the shiny of this was annoying because they're all like zooming all over the place. It evolves into Revavroom, which is kind of where I tap out on this line. I think Revavroom is creative, but doesn't really do anything for me as a design. You know, I love, like, original stuff, like how its mouth is above its head. Like, its eye is here, but this is actually its mouth. But I'm not really a car person, and its form doesn't really do anything for me. I think a big part of it comes down to this looks like a mouth, and it makes it look kind of dopey. Any raging? Did we rage? I complained about the Tinkatink line. Which I'm sorry, I know you picked Tinkaton as your favorite. Oh shit, I just spoiled that. You can't ask me questions. I'll accidentally spoil. This is so meh. Interesting. I wasn't sure how you'd be about this time. I thought you might like it because it's creative. Jordan spoiling chat. Yeah, back in time, let Villain have it. But yeah, this design doesn't do much for me. I think it's cool because it's just weird. But that's kind of where it ends. Not for me. The shiny looks good though, you know, as far as shinies go. I think it's nice that they gave it this like berry color to combine with like the gold. This design is odd, like it's nothing burger to you. It's so weird, like no reaction to it. Yeah, I almost think that they should have like maybe not have done this like rock car thing and done something different, because I feel like the rest of it works. But the rock car is uninspired. You sense no emotion coming from Mater over here. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't give you much to work with. It always looks mad. Here's the Starmobile design. They like put it on this Starmobile thing in the game, which it looks better on the front of this thing than it does on the front of the rocks. Let's be real. This kind of looks better. I'm happy that you can't get this in the game though. It's too big. It's too big, and it's related to Team Star, who are a bunch of lamos, so I'm happy that's not an actual form you can get. It always looks like it's an agonizing pain, sure. Alright, chat, it's time for your bathroom break, so we talk about Cyclizar. Dragon Normal. You're no longer special, Drampa. We have a new Dragon Normal in the house. And it's just a big lizard. It's just a big lizard. It's got a wheel. It's incredibly boring. This is such a boring Pokemon, man. Cyclizar? It's just a fucking lizard. It only exists to be an excuse for Koraidon and Miraidon. I have nothing to say about it. I have nothing more to say. You feel like the later teams in later Pokemon games have been such a downgrade to some of the better evil teams? I mean, I don't think I like any of them, so I would remove all of the evil teams from the series. Everybody else can ride it. We're special and get a cool Robo Motorcycle Dragon. Yeah, this is for the lamos to ride. It's only a boring Pokemon because the legendaries take its whole gimmick, and even then it's whatever, yeah. It's just like, I don't know. Passionless. Passionless design. Here's the shiny. It's significantly different. Doesn't look very good, though. A lot of the Pokemon, aside from Bellybolt and some others, you had a few things to say about. I like hearing your thoughts, chat. Feel free to belch whatever you have in you. Why put it like that? Here are the dorks. Here are the dorks, chat. There they are. Look at how dorky this Pokemon is, man. It doesn't even, like, ride like a motorcycle, does it? It, like, actually clambers around on its feet. You like Cyclizar and its concept? Okay. Nice to see some appreciation. Yeah, it's just, yeah. You like the idea of less serious evil teams. You honestly appreciate Team Star. You think the idea of evil teams that want to end the world are stupid to begin with. I am with you on that. I would rather they make the evil teams, like, not trying to take over the world things, like smaller things. But I still think the way they're writing them is really bad. The bikes look like they're from the Flintstones. Yeah. Alright, so continuing the boring train. Here is Worm. Orthworm. Steel type. Snooze. I know. Go off back in time. Go off. To me, this is so boring. It's just a worm. Very simple face, like uncompelling face. The most interesting thing about it is it actually has hands. I like the hands. That shit's great. Bring those hands out. I didn't know I'd like it, because you've expressed in the past appreciation for Orthworm. It's just a worm, yeah. It's just that, like, the design is just not interesting to me. Like, it's fine, though. I don't dislike the Pokemon. Like, sure, throw another Pokemon on the pile. Give us just a big worm. I like the gooby hands. A shiny you have in Violet, which was annoying to get. You found it in the desert where you encountered Great Tusk. Yeah, that's where I found my shiny. I was hunting for shiny Rellers when I found my shiny Orthworm. It's just a squirrel, Jord. What are you talking about? Are you talking about Squovit? Squovit's a cutie! Squovit's got big cheeks! Yeah, I don't know. This is just like... The shiny stands out. It's blue. Look at that. Blue. The blue looks good. But yeah, Orthworm is just... Not compelling. Not compelling is the best way for me to put it, I think. Ooh, now here's compelling. This thing took me forever to find in the game. I kept seeing on the like little image of like the map, you know how you see like little Pokemon on the map? I kept seeing this thing that I kept calling the rubber chicken. I'm like, where's that rubber chicken? I want to find it. Eventually I found it. And I'm like, it's the rubber chicken. And it's so cool. Glimmet. Look at its peering little eyes, and it's like got petals. It's such a creative idea. It's such a creative idea. So much for Jord to fire back on you, Time, with your love of Kirby enemies. Yeah, Kirby enemies are very simple. You didn't see it as a rubber chicken? Yeah, I understand if you didn't. I didn't say anything about Kirby enemies, though. No. But yeah, Glimmet is really cool. A poison rock type. And you know what I appreciate about so much? Most rock types are like pretty derpy looking or like intense looking. You don't have a lot of rock types that embody like mysterious and knowing. You know what I mean? So I really like what Glimmet brings to the rock type table. It's so unique for a rock Pokemon. A poisonous rock flower. Like, it's such a cool thing. Shiny looks great. Blue body with like a light blue teal kind of petals looks really nice. But yeah, I believe there are crystals that are similar to this in the real world. I'm not an expert on it, but I want to say there are crystals that work in a way where they like absorb nutrients and stuff. Like I said, not an expert. And then it becomes really, really nice. Glimmora. What an excellent Pokemon design. Oh my god. Just a giant rock flower. Like, this is so different for a rock type. This is so different for a Pokemon. It's so unique, and it's so simple. Like, this is just elegant Pokemon design. You can only get this mon in the final area? No. You can find them as early as the Orthworm, the giant Orthworm area. You can find them there. Like Glimmets, and evolve them. But yeah. Love it. Original. Peering, creepy little face in there. That's really, really cool. Great color palette. Just nice. Yeah, you can send pics of your cards. That's fun. Shiny. Looks very nice. Just different blues. You think he means Wild Glimmora? Yeah, Wild Glimmora I think are only in the final area. Remember them saying what an odd Pokemon the champion has. I didn't know you could find one in the open area. Yeah, there are a few places. But they're rare. Glimmet's really rare. But I love it. This is a great rare Pokemon. That's the kind of creativity we like to see. Now we come to our third dog family. Greavard. Another pure type, and this time we have a ghost type, and it's still a dog that is very different from the dogs that exist in Pokemon. Like, people will say Muttley, if you all know who Muttley is. It looks very much like that, and it's like a really nice ghost dog design. It's got a candle on its head. It's got this like jagged teeth jaw, which looks really nice, and it even just looks like a sweet dog. I think Greavard's really nice. Glimmet is a pain to shiny hunt. You just use sandwiches. But even then, it looks kind of similar, so it's not the easiest one to shiny hunt. Muttley from Wacky Races. Yeah. Does it die if you blow out the candle? I don't know. I think the candle, like, siphons your life energy. Cute little dog reminds you of Muttley. The more you play with it, the more your life energy is sapped away. Yeah. Greavard's really nice. Very simple, but again, like Fido and like Mastiff, just expanding the dog variety in this series, and I think that's really cool. I think that's really cool. This is not attractive. This is there are all sorts of unsavory ways to describe this color. Not a looker. If you watch the teaser trailer when it was revealed, you literally hear the woman pass out and she plays with it. Yeah, what it does. Ew, ew, no, stop. Now, Greavard's evolution, similar to Fido and Mastiff, is a very predictable progression. You know, like Fido into Darkspawn is just it getting bigger and like things changing around a bit. Same thing with Mastiff and Mabostiff. And this thing too, it's just like it's a bigger Greavard. It's a skeleton now. It's very bony. This is actually the closest we have to a skeleton besides maybe like Duskull in Pokemon. Because they don't go for skeleton stuff often, but I would say this passes it. It's got bony legs, a big bony maw, which is very cool. This thing looks imposing. And instead of a candle, a gravestone on top. Houndstone. Really dang cool. It looks really creepy. It like looks really horror, which I don't feel like a lot of Pokemon manage. Houndstone is so ominous and silly, you really like it. Skeleton doggy, yeah. What would Houndstone's eyes look like? Beady ones. You didn't use this thing? I didn't either. I didn't use any of the dogs. Duskull is more of a ghost with a stereotypical skeleton-type head. You think this is much more skeleton adjacent, yeah. It's a cool evolution. A skeleton dog is cool. Way better if it was just a bigger ghost dog. Yeah. Look at it. The Abyss. Feels very ghost-like, you know? And just, I think that they really nailed the muzzle. The muzzle is just, it gives it so much character, you know? Last Respects is broken. Okay, shiny color is a little bit more palatable. Now it just looks like, you know, old rags in like a shack or something like that. But yeah, just very distinct, very different. How's the starter poll looking? Skeledirge is the victor. Meowscarada in second, and Quaxley did get 1 vote out of 10. Thank you for your votes, everyone. So I've mentioned already, I really appreciate that this generation made 3 different dog lines, all of different types, and all designs that are very different from the dogs that already existed in Pokemon. I think they really did a great job of bolstering the variety of Pokemon dogs, you know? My favorite of the 3, I'm gonna have to give it to the Greavard Houndstone combination, but Fido and Darkspawn is kind of a close second. Looks like it's decaying in the shiny, yeah. You would think the candle was related to Litwick, and what does Last Respects do? Last Respects is a ghost move that deals more damage the more Pokemon in your party are fainted. So if you attack with Last Respects and Houndstone's the only one left alive, I think it's strong enough to like one-shot almost anything. It's like base power of like over 300 or something. Or maybe I'm giving it too much credit. I think you get 50 BP for every 50 base power for everyone fainted, so maybe it goes up to 250. Maybe that's what it is. But then you consider it's also getting same type attack bonus. What if something is weak to the ghost type? But I mean, base 250 is insane. You actually don't know here? Mabostiff and Houndstone are both so cool, yeah. First to the Fido line, second to the Mastiff. Interesting. Yeah, I appreciate that they made these doggies. Going to Mabostiff. Look at that. We got a Flamingo, chat. Before the 1,000 mark, they got him in. And it's a fighting type of all things. That's creative. Let's make it a fighting type. This is silly, right? This is like, look at how silly and funny this Pokemon is. It is very much a Flamingo. Like, there's not a lot of, like, creative aspects to its design, but something I will point out is, its body looks like a boxing glove. If you see, it's like, this is the arm, and then this is like the cuff of the glove, and then this is the glove, and then its wings are like, I don't know, the fist part, the thumb, or whatever. Which is creative. That's very clever. Yeah, it's a pretty smart design. With all that said, Flamigo doesn't evolve, and I don't find its design very interesting. It is very simple. It is very silly. Appreciate it. Doesn't really do much for me, though, beyond that. You found a shiny Mastiff in a Terra raid. You have some small semblance of bias for it, sure. You unironically love this Pokemon. It's so simplistic but silly, and unironically super fun to use. Have one on playthrough team named Griffin. Griffon. Cute. Another meh design, also not a fan of its shiny, not really changes, yeah. This is supposed to look like a lawn flamingo, right? I think I heard that from somewhere. Interesting. Yeah, it's very that. Don't underestimate this silly bird, unironically one of your favorite flying types. Yeah, I'm more on, like, the meh side, but I'm fine with it. Like, it's a Flamingo Pokemon, sure. You did it. You made it. I don't dislike Flamingo at all or anything. Just not very interesting to me. Very silly. Here's the shiny. It's, like, much paler. I don't think that looks very nice. And, I mean, with a Flamingo, I want to see, like, the vibrant pink, you know? Give me that vibrant pink. Give me one moment. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Kind of basic Flamingomon fighting type is cool to make it. Yeah. You can literally find this guy early on at poor levels. It's true. Yeah, very early. Before you even go to the second town. The second town, like the first town, is much of a town. It's just your house and the other neighbor's house. Flamingos in real life look this color depending on what they eat. If they don't frequent certain things to dine upon, they are much more pale and white. Interesting. That said, this shiny is bleh, yeah. Yeah. All right. Satotl. This is cute. This is cute and creative, right? We have a very weird looking little goober. Ice type whale goober that looks just so sweet and friendly. I like Satotl. It's just a very lovable creature, you know? I love its unique mouth shape. And just the uniqueness of what it is. Like, it's just, again, very different, very original. Which is great. Silly baby cutie. Cetacean cutie thing. Yeah. Cetacean cutie. Satotl. Shiny is where it's at. That's a good shiny. It's like gray and orange. Significantly different, stands out, looks good. This is part fairy, right? Now I know you're baiting me. Now, if you don't know, chat, years ago, I put out a video complaining about... It was right after Cetitan was revealed, and they showed that Cetitan was a pure ice type. Let's go to Cetitan. Right after Cetitan was revealed, I made a video about Pokemon types and how they kept making Pokemon pure types when they could easily not be pure types. And Cetitan was kind of the thing that kicked that video off. This being a pure ice type is so boring to me, especially because there are so many pure ice types at this point. Gen 9, like, between Gen 5 giving us 3 with Cryogonal, Vanillux, and Beartick. Gen 6 gives us Avalugg. And then Gen 8 gives us Ice-Q. There are other pure ice types in there too. There are more. That's what I can think of in the moment, but to me it's like ice types have been struggling for a while. Gen 8 did a good job of making more interesting ones. With you know, Mr. Rime and Frostmoth, and even the Fossil Freaks. Like, that was actually really nice. But I feel like Cetitan so easily could be a dual type. This could be Ice Fairy. Is it specifically fairy-like? No. But, like, you could buy it. Could they make this ice water? Yeah, we have a lot of ice water types already, so not the most interesting thing, but it could be ice water. Could it be ice steel? Yeah, ice steel could be cool. Just stuff to make it more compelling than just like, here's another pure ice type. With all that said, I think Cetitan is really cool because it's so unique and different. Like, it is a land whale. It has a really unique form. I like the color pattern. I like its strange mouth. I appreciate how different Cetitan is. Cetitan's mouth shape and proportions are off-putting in many ways, but you don't mind him. To me, it's like different, you know? Like, I love that they do this with Pokemon. They'll just make things that are so different and distinct because they want them to stand out. They want them to have different features. And I think a lot of other series do not spend enough conscious time on that kind of thing. You just think making a pure type makes it less desirable to add to your team, especially with a type that's situational like ice that any water type can learn. No, I completely agree with you on that. Because ice type is kind of a liability because it's weak to so many common things. Like, it really has to be worth it. And I mean, I don't think Cetitan has bad stats or anything, but it having a secondary type would make it more compelling, would make it probably more usable in battle to some degree. You use Cetitan on your Scarlet team, cool. Yeah. I like this Pokemon. But honestly, there are a lot of other Pokemon that are even more egregious in being pure types. We talked a lot about those in Gen 8. And sometimes it just feels calculated. It feels intentional at times. Shiny, here it is. Nice. Looks cool. Mega Evolution would benefit this mon, honestly, giving it a secondary type. Yeah, this thing could really like a nice Mega Evolution, huh? Shiny is one of your favorites of all time. Wow. It looks good. Veluza. Water Psychic type. Curious, huh? It doesn't look like a Psychic type pretty much at all. And I think Veluza is one of the most forgettable Pokemon of this generation, to be honest. It's a one-off. It doesn't really do anything special in the game. It's not found in a lot of places. There's a few places where it's found in abundance, but I think this is a pretty forgettable Pokemon from Scarlet and Violet. With that said, I like Veluza. It's just kind of like a fairly sharp, aggressive-looking fish. I like the kind of bizarre purple fins that it has all over it. It being a Psychic type is pretty strange. Almost feels like a decision to get some more Psychic types in the gen. But, just not much about this Pokemon really stands out, you know? It has a gimmick to its, like, lore, which you can see in the card art on the right, where it uses the move Fillet Away to shed its, like, flesh and skin, I guess to escape, because it becomes faster at that point. Which is strange. It's almost body horror territory, to have, like, fake flesh. I mean, I guess it's real flesh, but it doesn't need the flesh. Like, it's kind of confusing. I like Veluza, but I don't think it's really bringing much to the table. Now that we are almost at the old Mon evolutions, the odd part of this gen is the lack of 3-stage evolutions. Like many Pokemon in this gen feels off. Like the Bugmons feel like they're missing something. Interesting, yeah. I think after Gen 5, I think I discussed this before, they scaled back on making triple evolutions in general. Like, they used to make a lot more Gen 5 and earlier, whereas now they make less. Never seen that in art. That actually makes me like it a lot more. That's so badass. Interesting. Yeah, I like Veluza. Shiny's good. Swap out the purple for some green. Looks good. It's distinct. It's different. And here's a little image that I had gotten. This is fan art, I believe, where somebody had drawn the fillets coming off of the base body, just to get a better look at it. You can see that there. But you know, like, there's a lot of things living in the water, so like, I'm fine with them continuing to just make more and more underwater creatures and fish and stuff. It really allows the underwater world to feel like it's brimming with a variety of life in Pokemon. I think that's really good. I think that's really important. Make it believable. You hate when you're exploring Castle Royale Lake, and this is so annoying to run into. It is, yeah, it is. Here's another fish. Dondozo. The big catfish Pokemon. Whiscash is no longer the catfish of the Pokemon world, at least not the catfish. We have the biggest catfish we could ever see with Dondozo. Not a looker. But if you want a catfish, this is your catfish. They did a cute thing where the fins on the top of its head kind of look like a sushi chef's hat. A typical sushi chef's hat, which is cute. Design kind of has to do with its relationship with Tatsugiri, which we'll get to in a moment. But I don't find Dondozo very appealing. It's cool that how big it is. But it's a pure water type, not very exciting. It's just a big catfish, and like I said, not the most appealing aesthetic to its face. So, not really doing much for me, but I appreciate that it's here. You love this guy? He's awesome. You like this one? Okay, chat, I'm glad you're enjoying. Dondozo. Shiny is distinct. Stands out. White and yellow. The side quests with it being stuck in the sewers is funny. Yeah, and yeah. So many yellow shinies in this gen, yeah. Doesn't look too bad. Yeah, just not an exciting Pokemon to me. So its whole shtick is with Tatsugiri, the mimicry Pokemon. This is a dragon as much as it doesn't look like one. And this is the curly form. This Pokemon has 3 forms, each of which is trying to look like a different kind of sushi. And the reason they look like sushi is because they want to entice the Dondozo into eating them, where the Tatsugiri will then take control of the Dondozo for a kind of symbiotic relationship, maybe more of a parasitic one. But yeah, it's a creative idea to make these little fish Pokemon that can disguise themselves to look like sushi, and then have a big fish that eats off that who looks like a sushi chef. It's all very clever. With that said, I don't think Tatsugiri is a very compelling design. They're just like, they all look very similar. They're just eyes on like a small fish that's kind of cute and they look like sushi. There's not much to chew on with this design. You know? Doesn't do much for me. Tatsugiri, curly form specifically, is so cute. You love its relationship with Dondozo, yeah. Each form also has a different shiny, which is neat. That is very cool. Have you gotten the final form in Pokopia? No. I played Pokopia a little bit today while waiting for stream time, and I forgot to go to the area where it is. I keep forgetting to go to that area to even check. But yeah, Tatsugiri, not compelled. It just feels, it's too small. It's too uninteresting. I want to use crazy things. I don't know. Crazier things than this. But I can dig these Pokemon. They're cute. Here's the shiny of the curly. It looks like chocolatey to me. To me, this is chocolate. Does the curly form only have cards printed for it? Yes. Curly is clearly the leader of the bunch, because everyone knows him well. But yeah, chocolate looks pretty good. Now here's the droopy form. A pink one. Looks a little perkier. It's cute. Pink shiny is completely white, which looks really nice. Just getting a full white one, that's good stuff. And then the stretchy form, which is the yellow one. And I think kind of like the most common one. I guess they all have about the same level of commonness. But they make this one feel the least special. But it looks good. They all look good. And the shiny one of this, it gets this like orange coloration with stripes that looks kind of similar to the curly form. It's not the most noticeable thing, but it looks good. If you can get all forms of the Tatsugiris together, you can get a nice little sushi selection, which is pretty cool. But yeah, Dondozo and Tatsugiri, it's a cool idea what they did, but not really for me. All right. Don't look at those. Now, let's go to the history. Mega Sushi Platter was not on your list when it Mega Evolved. Yeah. So like I discussed in Gen 6, Sylveon came out in that gen and was the only new evolution to old Pokemon. And Gen 5 had no new evolutions to old Pokemon. It kind of seemed like they were phasing out doing the old evolution thing. Evolutions of old Pokemon. Gen 7 gave us none of them, although it did give us regional forms, no new evolutions. And Gen 8 then started seeming like maybe they are willing to go back to giving old Pokemon new things again. But in Gen 8, all of the new evolutions were of regional variants. Runerigus, Berserker, Obstagoon. They are all evolutions of regional variants of those Pokemon. They weren't straight up just new evolutions of old Pokemon. And so Gen 9 finally, ever since Sylveon, finally gives us Pokemon that are straight up evolutions of old Pokemon. With that said, and I've said this before, I worry that they're going to make these unavailable to some degree. Because actually, wait, no, Gen 8 did have this in Legends Arceus. I do need to remember that. Legends Arceus did this first with stuff like Ursaluna and Weirdeer. But what that game did is Ursaring and Stantler are both in Scarlet and Violet, but neither of them evolve into Ursaluna or Weirdeer in that game, which is really stupid because it basically means Weirdeer and Ursaluna are not just here's this Pokemon evolves into that forever now. Now it's like we're going to pick and choose when we give you access to the evolution. So that, which I think really stinks. And that's something that I worry about that they're going to do with these, because here's an evolution of Primeape. A Gen 1 Pokemon getting an evolution now. Dying and becoming a ghost type because it got so mad, and becoming Annihilape, which is an incredibly cool idea. But it's like, is this going to be gone? When Primeape is in a future game, is it just going to stop at Primeape unless they decide to let me to evolve it into an Annihilape? So I hope that they don't do that. I hope that they continue to treat these Pokemon like Weirdeer and Ursaluna and Annihilape and the ones we're going to look at now as permanent evolutions of these Pokemon, because otherwise they feel incomplete. Nobody wants to use Primeape in the future now that Primeape has an evolution, right? There's only like 6 third evolutions in this gen. Feels like an odd throwback of Gen 4 of making new evolutions of Mons, but these new evos are better to elevate a Pokemon rather than making it for nostalgic Gen 1 and 2 Mons needing evolutions. Yeah, they made some good picks with who they gave evolutions to. It's all Pokemon that you could use the boost, right? Could use the boost for stats and just ability. You said Larry gave you the most trouble? Cute. I said Grusha. Or Grusha? Not sure how you say that exactly. You okay, computer? All right. You don't think you like this design, but it's specifically because of the fringes that cover its eyes. Remove those, and now we're talking. So, now that I gave my spiel, it's so exciting to see an evolution for Primeape, and what they did is so crazy. To make it a ghost type, to give it like this like crazy floating hair, and look at how mad it is, and changing its color, like this is such a vibe change for Primeape. And I think it's really, really cool. This is an excellent evolution for Annihilape. With that said, I have a hard time not seeing this as a caveman. It's really easy to see this as just a shaggy caveman to me, which makes it kind of silly, but I still think this Pokemon's really cool. You do see them doing that, but at the same time, you doubt it, as these mons require moves to evolve, and you doubt they would scrap a move just so you wouldn't have an evolution, but you mean they've done dumb decisions so you don't know? Like what about, like, Psyshield Bash, which is what evolved Stantler in Legends Arceus? Like, they took Psyshield Bash away, so what's to keep them from taking Rage Fist away? You know what I mean? From Primeape. So I'm hoping they don't. Keep them evolutions. Bring Psyshield Bash back. You thought because you said Larry, it determined who you'd face in the Elite Four? Yeah, I've seen people who experience the same situation. But this is really nice, chat. This is a really cool thing to do, and it's nice to see them give evolutions to old Pokemon again. You heard Angry Kitty in the background? Yeah. Angry Kitty, yeah. Throwing a fit. But yeah, this is sweet. This is really good. Chat's not giving up enough appreciation for Annihilape. Shiny's not super different, but I mean, it doesn't look bad. It's very blue. Why? Alright, chat. Kitty's being all in a huff. Yeah, it's very blue. Like, I think this looks good. It's just not very different from the standard. Okay, so here we have a new evolution for a regional variant. This generation scaled back regional variants big time, and I think it's because they ended up just giving new evolutions, and they also did the convergent Pokemon and stuff. So instead, they only had Tauros and Wooper as the regional variants of this generation. Only Tauros and Wooper thankfully was given a new evolution, which I'm really happy for. I think Clodsire is very silly. Silly but appealing. I think this is a wonderful partner to Quagsire in terms of like how it has kind of a different form, but it still has the same general derpiness. I think they changed it in just enough ways. I like its Borby body. I like its cute little hands. And I love the fact that spikes come out of its dots. I think the spikes look really nice. I almost wish the spikes were there all the time, but I do like a dynamic design. And it keeps the soft, silly derp quality of Clodsire. Annihilate is so cool. It especially gets bonus points for saving ZA Mega Dimensions Mega Battles, but to be fair, that was a move for a past evolution. Yeah. Oh baby, here we go. Sorry, chat. Just distracted for a moment. Please speak your piece, SMA. Clodsire is better than Quagsire in every single way. You like it a lot more. It's such a little bubba. It is based on the Iberian ribbed newt, so you know what that means. The spikes, a bone. Lovely. Cool. The Gobby Pokemon. The Gooby Pokemon? He's so friend-shaped, I love it. Yeah, I think Clodsire is like a very readily appealing design because it's so doofy and silly and Borby. You do not like this thing at all. It looks disgusting. It just does. And you have no more appropriate Pokemon to have as your least favorite of the lot than this thing you're looking at. Got it. The spikes are bone, yeah. Yeah, Clodsire is pretty likable. I like the spikes a lot. I like how it plays off of Quagsire in a different way. And I think I would also agree that I think Clodsire is more appealing than Quagsire. I think I agree. I'm not like super wowed by Clodsire, but it's nice. Here is the shiny form. It's purple. It looks okay. It's not super different from the standard. I feel like it could be better. Such a derpy, likable Pokemon, yeah. Farigiraf. So just like Girafarig, the name is the same backwards as forwards. It's not the most elegant name. I actually don't think it's a very good name. Farigiraf. But I do like Girafarig getting an evolution. Oh my god. And it goes in kind of like, I would almost say kind of a disappointing direction. Because instead of like capitalizing on the double body thing, they just kind of make it a more standard giraffe, where now the tail head has kind of like been placed around and over its normal head, which is creative. It's cool how beautiful the giraffe looks in there. It's a tall Pokemon. Like, it's an interesting direction to take it, but I think I would have liked it a lot more if they kept it, if they like made the second half more of like a monster that really kind of like went out there. Because this to me is kind of boring. Like, it's not unappealing, but it's boring. I do like it when the head closes, but most of the time it's not going to be closed. They just didn't make Quagsire, but made it brown and called it a day. Plus, they got the same vibe from the original Quagsire. It's so awesome, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. This is just boring. It's just boring to me. Look, it has no tail at all now because, like, the tail's a part of its face. Yeah, it doesn't compel me. I think Girafarig could have been a lot more in its evolution. Shiny looks good. I like the blue nose. I like the like reddish body. I think that looks nice. It's cool for this mon to get an evolution, but it's kind of bland, yeah. You love Giraffe Rig, but this thing, yeah. Like, it's cute idea they went with, but it almost feels like they went out of their way to not make, like, an obvious evolution for it. It's like they're trying to be clever or something. You like Farigiraf, but you think you prefer Giraffe Rig. Yeah, I agree. Dunsparce. So what do we do when we make the Dunsparce or Dunsparce evolve? I know. Give it another one of these. I love this. I adore this. Dunsparce is wonderful. It's just a bigger Dunsparce, which is so fitting for the Pokemon. Because Dunsparce is such a little weirdo. It's just such a silly little thing, and they just made it bigger. They gave it a big drill. They gave it another segment. And, like, a few little changes, you know? But it's just, like, what a cuddly, cool thing. It's a really nice evolution for what that Pokemon's vibe is like, you know? This is one of the best things Pokemon has ever made. I really dig it. It's really great. It's one of my favorite normal types. You thought you were going to catch heat for the Clodsire hatred because everyone loves the thing? No, we respect. I'm so happy that they didn't care about what people wanted out of a Dunsparce Evo. Yeah, you've seen Dunsparce Evos for years before this came out. And people always made them dragons, which are cool, but I like what they made. They made it bigger, and that's why it's awesome. Looks so elegant. Many people's reaction to Dunsparce just proves your theory of Pokemon fans can't have fun joke. Did other people not care for it? Now this is a nice shiny. This is just like regular Dunsparce. They change out the blue for the pink and it looks great. That looks great. Pinky. Now the Dunsparce has a special gimmick where you can get a 3-segment one very rarely. And that's pretty cool, but I'll be honest, I prefer the 2-segment one. I think the 3-segment one is too long. I feel like the 2-segment one looks more balanced as a design to me. The 3-segment one looks unnecessary. I like the double. So many people threw tantrums over this Evo? Wow, I didn't know. Like Mousehole with the 3 family members, 3-segment to Dunsparce is hard to get. Yeah, it took me a long time to get one. It was super funny that they decided to do this, and Pokemon fans need to appreciate this fella more. I love it. I love it. I don't have a shiny 3-segment. King Gambit. Bisharp got an evolution. What a Pokemon to pick, huh? Bisharp got an evolution. And now it is like a crime boss. Sitting on a throne made out of its hair. Huge swords. Huge sword stash, huge sword on its head. Imposing way of sitting with these sharp things all over. It doesn't look very practical, to be honest. I don't really like King Gambit very much. I think it's a fine evolution for Bisharp. I think Bisharp looks better. But this just isn't my vibe, you know? I'm just not really into this kind of nasty looking boss for my Pokemon. You saw more people be disappointed than anything about Dunsparce. About the Dunsparce evolution. You guess some wanted a Gen 4 evolution that gets an upgrade design rather than LOL, it's bigger. Interesting. Yeah, I guess I wasn't aware of the discourse. SMA hates this thing. You want to talk about an over-designed Pokemon? It isn't Skeledirge. Lo and behold. I want to like this mon so badly, but Bisharp just looks so much nicer. This feels cluttered. I think it's super funny that they just drive around on their hair-see thing. The driving thing is so bad, man. That looks so bad. They really just need to make this Pokemon, like, actually go the extra mile and make this Pokemon walk around. Because the flying around like hovering thing is just stupid and looks awful. Its skill is also very insane, yeah. This thing is hell to evolve. It's definitely hard to figure it out. So like, yeah, my thing is, I think this is fine as a Bisharp evolution. I can see people really digging it and vibing with it, and go for it if you do. But it doesn't really speak to me. And I think Bisharp was a lot more appealing. I almost wish Bisharp had like another evolution. Who evolved Bisharp for the Dex without realizing? Huh. This mon is cool. Bisharp and King Gambit kind of are equal to you. You do get the questionable things some don't like about its Evo, but it's cool. But you have no idea how they plan to get one in future games. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad. Hey, enjoy. Again, I can see why people could think this is cool. It just kind of changes the vibe in a way that is less me. Shiny King Gambit does what Bisharp did and changes out the red for blue. It pops. That's a good way to do the shiny. Good way to do it. All right, we have finished the regular Pokemon for now, and we are starting the Paradox Pokemon. Now, we need to talk about Paradox Pokemon in the first place. From what I can tell, from what I've seen conveyed, Paradox Pokemon are not just Pokemon from the past, Pokemon from the future. It is Pokemon from the past and future in different timelines. So it's not like this is what Dawn fans necessarily were, and the future Pokemon are necessarily where Pokemon are going to end up. It's like a different kind of reality, essentially. That's what I take to understand about it. So we start with what is basically like a primal version of Dawn fan. This is our first ground fighting type. Not a very, like, you know, distinct type combination, so interesting to throw that on this thing. It's very much like what a primal version of a Dawn fan you'd think would look like. Like, they kind of, like, played up this mammoth aspect, giving it huge tusks. They just kind of threw some random primal designs on it, which don't look bad, but, I don't think this is a very interesting way to play up Dawn Fan's design. It's just kind of a primal version, and a fairly typical looking one, I think. I like the color palette. The Titan form of this thing is such a cute mastodon. Yeah, enjoy your mastodons. I don't think this is a bad design in any way. I just don't find it super compelling. It is just very much a primal version of Dawn fan. Now, we also need to talk about the naming conventions for Paradox Pokemon. All of them have 2 words as their names. A lot of people do not like this. I think it's a good thing to keep them separate from other Pokemon to kind of distinguish them in that way, right? Like, that is a Paradox Pokemon. It has the 2 naming thing, even though Koraidon and Miraidon don't, because they treat those as completely real Pokemon, normal Pokemon, new Pokemon, whatever. Great Tusk. Yeah, those are great Tusks. You nabbed the Titan after you defeated it, named him Sluggernaut, and would you guess he kicked ass? This Pokemon is probably the most emotionally significant Pokemon to you, too. Wow. I'm glad it works so well for you. It's a nice start for looking at the past, quote-unquote, Paradox Pokemon. Yeah. When they first revealed Iron Treads and Great Tusk, you genuinely got emotional. I'll be soft all I want, but damn if I don't love Dawn Fan. Yeah, I remember the video. The video is really cool. I almost wanted to start this review off with that video, but I knew Ed Sheeran would come for me. Shiny looks great. Significantly different. Colors pop. I could see maybe finding the color combination a little ugly, but I like that it's very different and that it pops. you're indifferent to these Paradox Mons. Like, the designs are cool, but they kind of exist. You prefer some of the original designs, but hey, it's something different for Pokemon. Yeah. So this actually, you're reminding me something else I wanted to talk about. When I was talking about the convergence, right? The Toedscool and Wiglet. My complaint was they were doing new Pokemon for Pokemon that were based on old Pokemon. And I apply the same complaint to these. This isn't a form of Donphan. This is a new Pokemon that is clearly based on Donphan. And what I don't care for is, again, it's really getting close to that rebranding new, like, old Pokemon as new Pokemon. So personally, like I'm saying, when I'm like, Pokemon that are cuttable, these are the first to go, because Great Tusk, you can't have a conversation about this Pokemon without Donphan being a part of the conversation. I don't like that, like, them being related to those other Pokemon is so much of their identity. Like, this isn't its own thing. It isn't Great Tusk as much as it is a prehistoric version of Donphan. You know what I mean? And I don't like that you can't, it's hard to divorce that. Maybe we can, if we want to just be like, okay, Great Tusk, but like, it's a Donphan thing. And all the Paradox forms are based off other Pokemon. I don't care for the idea of Pokemon that are so tied to others because they're based on their design. Not to say they can't be done well. A friend of yours gave you a shiny Great Tusk you named Probosclam? Probosclam. Okay. You prefer these over the future Paradox Pokemon shinies? Yeah. Not cutting any Pokemon, especially not Donphan or Great Tusk. But you can understand why I would make that decision. Like, if I was to cut Pokemon, first and foremost, I would cut Paradox Pokemon and Convergent Pokemon, because they're redundant. There's a redundancy to them that other Pokemon don't have, if that makes sense. You see your point on that? It's kind of clear they wanted to try something new with what can be a Pokemon, kind of interesting idea, but it's unfortunate you have to tie some mons to the previous. My thing is, it's like, what's more interesting? A new Pokemon or a new version of an old Pokemon? To me, it's a new Pokemon every time. Like, I would trade all the Paradox Pokemon in for new Pokemon in their place. To me, that's more interesting. Just being a biased little twit. No, I'm glad that you can understand my point. Enjoy your Great Tusk. There are some Paradox Pokemon I do really like. All right. Next up, we have Screamtail, and now I'm going to get even more negative. Great Tusk was like an obvious primal version of Donphan, right? An obvious primal version of Donphan. It had all the primal things you want. Why are you wasting your time on Screamtail? When you think of the concept of making primal versions of Pokemon, and then you just take Jigglypuff and give it longer hair and like these really tacky little details, like, oh, it has yellow eyes and a few markings, you're wasting our time. You're wasting our time, and you're wasting the, like, slots in the decks. To me, it's just like, why are you bothering? Like, use the primal concept on Pokemon that you can do something interesting with. This is what drives me crazy about it, is like, there's no idea here. To me, this is barely an idea. This is just silly and disappointing, though. It's just like Jigglypuff with a mohawk. It looks kind of crazy, but like, this is boring. It looks like Jigglypuff cosplaying with makeup on and longer hair. Like, that's not an interesting use of your concept. It's a fairy psychic type because why the hell not? Like, it just, to me, this just feels forced. And it's just weird to, it's like, this is the second one we're looking at, and it already feels really forced. The Donphan was clean. Great Tusk was clean. Screamtail, I think, is a miss. I think it's just a miss. The shiny looks better than the normal color. This looks better than the normal color. It's like pink and red. You could have picked any unique mon, and you chose a basic mon with some primal concepts. So lame. Exactly. Like, why are you wasting our time? Again, You're getting too close to just phoning it in with this shit, and I don't want to see that. Brute Bonnet. Grass dark type. Amoonguss as like a weird dinosaur thing. Look, the little dinosaur feet and tail are kind of cute. But like it's just a mad Amoonguss. With like very minor changes, you know? Like it's got some spikes, it's got some long grass. Like I guess it's different enough. But it's not interesting. This isn't an interesting thing. And like it's also an uglier Amoonguss. And I don't like Amoonguss much in the first place. You love this thing too? This is so stupid. You like it? Okay. To me, like, these kind of designs and concepts just feel... You could just make new Pokemon. And that's the thing. I feel like they wanted to make Pokemon that were easier for them to make conceptually. Maybe it's cynical to see it that way. But to me, this feels like it was less work for them than making new Pokemon. Shiny Brute Bonnet, nice coloration. This is nice. It's eviler Among Us. My new Pokemon creation. That's how it reads. It's goofy at least, yeah. Yeah. Flutter Mane. Okay, what happened? Shit, I didn't make a Flutter Mane card thing. Alright. Chat, pretend Flutter Mane has cards. It does. I'm sure it has cards. Now, here's another thing where it's just like Ghost Fairy, so it's like Mimikyu. This doesn't look bad, but it's just like, it's just Mischievous. It's just Mischievous with like, well, let's put some spikes on it because spikes equals primal. Let's just, I don't know, we'll drag some of these out and make them look longer, and there you go, we made a new Pokemon. Like, it just feels phoned into me. It's like, this is just Mischievous again with some changes. And like, I don't think this looks better than regular Mischievous. It does, you have an Alter Art promo Flutter Mane card, got it. I apologize. I apologize for not showing you Flutter Mane pictures. Flutter Mane got so much cards made for it. Really? Where are they? I don't have them here. You think it does look better than Mischievous? Sure. To me, it's just like, this is what I'm saying. Like, they're treating this like it's a new Pokemon, and it's so similar to Mischievous. This is the easiest shiny you can get in the game. It is very easy to get, yeah. Flutter Mane is also super cool. Love her. She definitely grew on me over time. This looks far better. It's so similar. But like, chat, you're okay with this? You're okay with them just making Pokemon that look the same as old Pokemon with a few small changes? Like, this is not the direction I want things to go in. The shiny's gross. Enjoy your free ugly shiny. Bathroom. Green and orange. Ugly. I don't know, to me this just feels passionless. Like, this is like the Jigglypuff. Like, this is what you're doing with the primal concept? You're just gonna take a Mischievous and throw some spikes on it and make some things longer? Like, that's not interesting. That's what you did with it? Of course you'd prefer new Pokemon, but you like what's being put out? Okay. I just feel like look at think of the primal concept of making primal Pokemon. Do you think they're utilizing that in interesting ways? Because I don't. They're just throwing spikes on stuff. They're just throwing, like it doesn't feel like a past version of this Pokemon even. It just feels like, what can we throw on Flutter Mane to call it primal? Like, it would be interesting if it was like actually something that seemed like a proto version of a Mischievous. But it just seems like, well, we threw stuff on it to make it look primal. Like, that's so lame. It's too similar to... It's too similar. It's just the same Mon with longer hair and spikes. The concept is such a miss. Yeah, that's how I feel. Alright, let's talk about the good Paradox Pokemon. Slitherwing. This is what you do. And do you know why? First of all, it's adorable. But this is an interesting thing to do with Volcarona. Do you know? Because it's different. It's not just Volcarona, except now my wings are longer and I have spikes. Like, they actually did something cool with the concept. It's big. It's on the ground. Its body and, like, traits are different because it's an older creature. Like, it's formed differently. The lizard tail's a little much, but I think this is a good idea, a good use of its concept, a good execution of its concept, and I really feel like they missed that with so many of the Paradox Pokemon. Slitherwing is wonderful. I love its form. I love its fluffiness and its sweet little face. I love its giant wings in the back, and even the tail, even though it's a little much and a little random, it looks pretty cool. I think Slitherwing is a nice name, and it's a bug fighting type, which is really cool. Now I have a favorite bug fighting type. You don't really like Volcarona? This is a massive improvement. To me, this is like actually utilizing the idea in an interesting way. Like Screamtail, it's just like Screamtail and Fluttermane and Brute Bonnet. It's just like, what do we throw on these Pokemon to make them look primal? Like, it comes off so tacky. Whereas this is actually like a, what can we change about its design to make it look primal? So yeah, they nailed this one. You like this one, though. It actually looks different. You can see it as a different Pokemon with no comparisons to Volcarona. Yeah, it looks different enough. It looks different enough. Shiny's good. Yeah, that looks beautiful. This, like, gold and purple, that looks great. Slitherwing is A-okay in my book. And Slitherwing is, like, what I get out of the Paradox Pokemon. It's like, okay, they made one that I love. Alright, Sandy Shocks. This is maybe the concept at its worst. This is so stupid. This is such a bad design. Like, look, okay, I appreciate that it's very unique. Like, nothing looks like this, right? Look at how unique this form is. You know I like a unique form, but this is exactly what I'm talking about, like, bad primal Pokemon. They took a Magneton, and they just, like, fucking went... They did whatever they want. They did whatever they wanted with it. Like, it is cool that they stretched out the magnets. The, like, weird tail is a cool idea, but nothing about it makes sense, and this is why it goes along more with the idea of, like, an alternate timeline as opposed to a past thing. An alternate past primal Magneton. But, like, it's stupid. It's like, what are you doing? You're making primal Pokemon and you're wasting your fucking time on this. Like, a technology Pokemon that you put primal war paint on its face? Like, that's stupid. That's stupid. Like, why are you not making primal... There's so many Pokemon that you could make primal versions of. Like, Primal Slacking, Primal Feraligatr, Primal Torkoal. There's so many things that you could flesh out in that way, and it's like... They came up with a concept that they didn't even have ideas for. It's just so weird to me. So yeah, I think Sandy Shocks is pretty stupid. It's creative, but it just, to me, it tells me that they, like, didn't understand their own idea. It's just Magnemite and friends rocking out. You like seeing them stroll around. You like the interpretation of ferrofluid. It's kind of silly looking and different, but yeah, it's not a good form. Feels like they picked some of these mons from a hat to get a new form. You don't even know how you would make a Magneton look good. Yeah. Because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't even make sense to make a past Magneton. Yeah, I don't know. These Pokemon, they don't feel like real full Pokemon to me. A lot of them don't. The shiny looks good. That looks nice. Like black and tan color or whatever. Looks good. And that's just, like, by the way, I don't hate Sandy Shocks. I don't hate most Paradox Pokemon. I just think like they really missed with the concept of paradox Pokemon. Like when I was like, oh, there's gonna be past versions, then I go to the Area Zero and I'm seeing this crap show up. I'm like, what? What did you do? The amazing Sidon. Hi, welcome, sweet friend. We're reviewing Pokemon right now. All right, we're going to the other side of the spectrum now, the future mons. Now, they named all of the future ones beginning with the word iron, and it almost makes me think, why didn't you just name all the past ones beginning with primal? I'd almost like that for consistency, if all the past ones were just primal. Primal Tusk, Primal Wing, Primal whatever, and then all the future ones were iron, iron, iron. Like keep them consistent like that. Instead, all the future ones are iron, and all the past ones get different names. Okay. So here we have the future version of Donphan, who is a robot that has like a tread and robot feet and a digital face. I gotta say, it's pretty un-Donphan-like. I think Great Tusk is definitely better than this. I don't think this thing is very appealing, honestly. And it's like, it looks like a grumpy thing. It doesn't look cute. It doesn't really look appealing. Well, this guy, but he's not an elephant. He's a funny-looking Roomba. You like him as his own weird little thing, but you don't see this as an elephant much at all. Yeah, no, I get you. It's a cute... Like, here's the thing. This is at least a creative way to make a robot version of Donphan. But its execution doesn't do much for me. Why are they named Iron? That irks me now. Not consistent. Yeah. Iron treads. I don't know. Like, so this thing, it's kind of an interesting form, but I don't find it appealing. The shiny, it like has silver instead of the black. It doesn't look great. Alright, so if I'm going to champion any of these fucking iron things, it's going to be Iron Bundle. Making a robot Delibird is a very cool idea. And I like how they turned its tail into like this weird water pack thing. I like that its head pops out and stuff. That's silly, right? This is very silly. But this is also just a robot Delibird. Like, you just made a robot Delibird. The Iron Treads was more creative than Iron Bundle, but I do think Iron Bundle is appealing just because it's cute, and it's also funny to play off Delibird, who Delibird, you know, never really does anything. It's not a very good Pokemon, so they just made another Delibird that is usable, but is appealing enough, I think. You love its fighting style, you love how it moves, you love how taunting it is said to be in battle. It's a Delibird. You love Delibird. Love this guy. Well, I'm glad you're happy. Yeah, for the future ones, I like Iron Bundle the most, I think. But it really, like, conceptually, it's just like a robot Delibird. Shiny is fully silver, which is kind of boring. It's just fully silver with some blue. Iron Bundle is cute, plus the idea of making the robot version is better is funny. Yeah. Now, here's another thing, though, you might be noticing. With the Donphan, we had a past and future version, right? But we don't have a future version of Jigglypuff. We don't have a future version of Amoonguss. And we don't have a past version of Hariyama. So, like, I kind of thought that it was cool to see the same Pokemon executed in both directions. And they don't really do that with most of them. They just kind of picked and choose. So here we have another fighting electric type. A new type combination in this generation, along with Palmo and Palmot. And we get Iron Hands, and to me, this is so boring. It's just a robot Hariyama. Like, this is the future concept not being used in interesting ways. Because, like, what's interesting about this? The fact that its hands are floating? Who cares? Otherwise, it's just a Hariyama that's a robot. Like, be creative. Do something creative by turning a robot, or by turning a Pokemon into a robot, right? The head does not look appealing either. Yeah, just like boring. Boring and lame. Iron Hands is honestly pretty cool. You like this guy? You love these Robomons? Alright, chat. Shiny, fully silver, sure. It actually looks like better because it's more consistent than the one with the blue. Iron Jugulus. Hydreigon gets a future Paradox form. Now this is, here's the thing. I think this looks pretty cool because I like the way its face looks and the way it glows. But it's just a robot Hydreigon. This is what I'm talking about. Like, why aren't you doing anything interesting with the idea? It looks like you just put a Hydreigon together with Legos. This is such a basic Paradox form. Yeah, so, like, I think it looks better than a lot of the others, but it's just like, why are you not using your idea? They didn't use their idea with the past ones, and now they're not using their idea with the future ones. I just really think they flubbed the whole Paradox thing. Is it bad that you like this way more than regular Hydreigon? No, I like this more than regular Hydreigon. I like that it moves unnaturally, like a robot, but I just think its design is, like, weak on a conceptual level. Shiny, it's silver, cool. It looks better here because, like, it plays off the blue and the pink well. That's nice. Iron Moth. Fire, poison, very cool type combination like Salandit and Salazzle. And also, even though this is just a robot Volcarona, one of the best Paradox designs. This is cool. Look at the wings moving and the way that they move robotically. This is a really nice way to make a future version of Volcarona, I think. And this is another one where it's like, Donphan, we have the past version too with Slitherwing. So we actually got to see Volcarona go in both directions. I kind of wish they did that with all of them. Because they clearly had ideas for Volcarona, because this just looks really nice. Even if it is, again, just like basically a robot Volcarona. But what they did with the wings is enough to really justify the whole design's value. This is such a boring concept. What were they thinking? They gave up halfway with these. Some are cool, but that's like 2 to 3 Paradox Mons. Yeah. Yeah, most of them are weak. But I do like Iron Moth. Iron Moth is pretty dang cool. Shiny, make it silver. Doesn't look bad. The silver and the orange. Doesn't look bad. You don't care about this one. Okay. Oh my god. Alright, I didn't get the cards for this one too, apparently. I made some of these images a long time ago, so I think the cards weren't out at that point. I do apologize, chat. Iron Thorns, Rock Electric. This is awful. This is awful. This is so bad, man. This is just like the peak of just like, what are you doing? If you're going, this is the thing. Tyranitar is the kind of Pokemon you would want to make a primal version of. Not the future version, especially when the future version, you just make Tyranitar again, except made out of, like, glowing green crap. It's like he's just a toy for kids now. Like, you get Spiky, okay. But, like, what, like, even if you're gonna try and make a Mechagodzilla thing out of it, right? Even if you're gonna try that, you completely flubbed it, man. This thing doesn't look cool at all. It looks like it can barely move its body. It looks like it can barely move. Like, look at the face. Look at the colors. Its hands. Its overall shape. Like, this thing sucks. It looks like a Toy Story toy. You like this a lot for some reason? It just has a nicer face than regular Tyranitar, even if this is lazy and pretty stupid in all honesty. You just think this looks nicer? Yeah, sure. If you think it looks nicer, go for it. I don't know. I think this is one of the worst. It's just like, they're not using their concept for interesting executions. It's just like, well, here's a robot Tyranitar. But you didn't even make it look cool. You're full of surprises. You were not expecting you to make a reference to Godzilla and Mechagodzilla because, like, you know that's what this wants to play on, right? You know that's what this wants. Mechagodzilla looks cool. This thing does not. Shiny, it's all silver. This actually looks kind of nice combined with that, like, light green color. Doesn't look too bad. How are we doing on battery? 18%. We got this. All right, pseudo legendary. And it's a weird little one. Dragon ice type. Not a combination you see very often. And they made like this little gremlin. They made this little gremlin dragon. Frigibax, I would say, is almost like maybe like the least cute of all the base forms of the pseudo legendaries. But I like how unique it is for that. I like it has like the one ice chip. I like that it has like the little yellow fins. It's like cute in its like ugliness, if that makes sense. He's a goober, that's it. Yeah, he's a goober. It's like, okay, interesting. I like that they keep trying new things with the pseudos. It's almost 1:30 in the morning, so you have to sleep, but you'll watch your reactions to everyone's picks tomorrow at some point. Thank you, Ghost. Thanks for hanging out. Get good sleep. Yeah, we'll go over them all. Shiny is not very different. It's like a slightly different color. The fins are pink instead of yellow. Not a good shiny. Bad. Now, its evolution is kind of like, oh, okay. I didn't expect you going this way. You know what I mean? It became... It's like hunkered down more, right? You would almost expect it to like grow and stand up more on 2 feet, but now it's like hunkered down more. It looks like it's becoming a longer dinosaur. Unfortunately, this doesn't pay off. They kind of abandoned this like long dinosaur sail thing with the final form. But Arctobax is an interesting and fine little like middle stage. Pretty nice middle evo, yeah. It's like, okay, you're getting bigger. There's not a lot of personality from this thing. It does feel very much like a stepping stone. But it's getting the job done. Shiny, just like the other one, not very good. It's barely different. It's lighter. It stands out a little bit more compared to the other one, but not giving me much to work with. And the final, Baxcalibur. So I actually think Baxcalibur is a little disappointing because Arctobax seemed like it was going in a more unique direction, and then in its final evolution, it kind of like backpedals and goes for more of like what it seemed like it was going to be all along, which is, you know, a Tyranitar kind of pseudo-legendary. With that said, I think Baxcalibur looks pretty good. I like its color palette. I like its hexagons. I like its giant glaive on its back. I think that looks really nice. That's clearly like, you know, the defining feature of the Pokemon. I like its little red frills. And I even kind of like how its face is sharp and how it's shaped in general. Like, Baxcalibur is different enough from the other pseudo-legendaries. With all of that said, there is something very safe about it, I think. You know? That's like the duality I'm talking about with this generation. It's like halfway safe and halfway very creative. This design seems safe for a pseudo-legendary to me. Because it is so Tyranitar, if that makes sense. Mega Baxcalibur won't be until next month, yes. It looks so dumb, and Arctobax had so much potential. Spinosaurs and Dimetrodons are such fun things to base a Pokemon on, and this looks so dumb. He's shaped like a pyramid, and for what? And I'm with you on that. Like, I think it would have been much more creative and interesting to take Arctobax more in the direction that it seemed like it was highlighting, right? Instead of it kind of feels like it's just like falling back and compromising and being like, here's what people expect from a pseudo-legendary, and I think that that's not as interesting as it could have been, you know? But I do still like Baxcalibur enough. You love this, Sesame? Yeah. Yeah, an ice dragon is still a cool idea. Shiny is not good. We got another barely different shiny. It doesn't look bad, but it's barely different, so why'd you even bother? Gimme Ghoul. The chest form. Gimme Ghoul is a treasure chest. Now, I've always wanted them to make a treasure chest Pokemon, but they didn't make a treasure chest Pokemon, really. They made a tiny ghost that sits in a treasure chest. The tiny ghost is cute. Gimme Ghoul is a fun name. It's a cute little guy chilling in a chest. It's a really fun idea to make a treasure chest a Pokemon, right? Even if I'd love the chest itself to be the thing that's active. But Gimme Ghoul's fun. What they did is fun. This kind of thing keeps your mind, or triggers your mind being like, I wonder what Gimme Ghoul's going to become, right? And I mean, we all just assume it's going to become a bigger treasure chest, but that is not what happens. Gimme Ghoul is such a me-coded Pokemon, but it's off the mark. Has the bones of something cute. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I like it. It's really solid. I think they did a really good thing with Gimme Ghoul. A nice, simple chest. The shiny is poor. It's a hard one to notice. It's just like whiter. Not great. Would have been cool if they changed the actual color of the chest, you know? Gimme Ghoul's roaming form. So there is another form of Gimme Ghoul that's easy to forget exists. It's Gimme Ghoul that's roaming the world looking for coins. It's kind of cool how they keep the coin on their back held with like that weird antenna tail. They are like funny little guys. But the chest form is where it's at because the Pokemon just kind of feels incomplete without the chest, you know? What do we say about the Tandemaus line? I said very good things about Tandemaus and Maushold. Gimme Ghoul is fine, not really getting the ghost vibes from this guy. Yeah, it's just like, well, it's a ghost. Why? Because we don't know how else to explain what it is. It kind of feels like that, doesn't it? But yeah, Gimme Ghoul roaming form is cute. It'd be nice if they made that, like, easy to get in the games. Shiny, same thing as the other one. It's just white. It doesn't look bad, but not very noticeable. Which brings us to, chat, the 1000th Pokemon we've reviewed. Goldengo. Now, I think most people's reaction to Goldengo is like, what? What? It was my reaction. Because, you know, you work to evolve Gimme Ghoul in Scarlet and Violet. And then for it to become this, I'm like, oh, it's not a treasure chest monster? They made it a string cheese man? And it's a cool idea. The Pokemon is made out of the coins you collected, which is really cool. Very friendly face and personality, nice oddball form, and the fact that it's wearing the treasure chest as a belt now is such an inspired design choice. That's really, really cool. For the Ice Pseudo-Legendary, you thought it was cool, but doesn't do much for you, yeah. You love this guy? He's so silly and looks like the cheese stick man. He is styling and isn't afraid of what people have to say. I love him so much. One of the best ghost types. Yeah, I actually... At first, Goldengo, I was, like, not sure how I felt. It took time to really get to, like, used to its personality. But once I did, I'm like, you know what? Goldengo is really lovable. He's really lovable. He's just a silly goof. He looks ready for adventure, yeah. It's a really cool Pokemon to make number 1000. And a really surprising payoff to Gimme Ghoul. Such a standout from this generation, one of your favorites for sure, yeah. Welcome, PXA. For the 1000th Pokemon, it's a silly goober, you approve, yeah. Goldengo. Now, the shiny is really bad. Make sure you all look closely now. Oh, wait, I don't... Yeah, you gotta look at this shot. Here we go. See it? Did you see how the lines changed and now they're like a darker color? That's the shiny. The lines change color to more silver. It's even harder to see in the actual game. And of course, you all need to see Goldengo doing this. The surfboard is a big part of Goldengo's identity. He moves around on a surfboard made of coins, which is really cool and adds a lot to his like vibe and his identity that they're going with. So it needs to be seen. We've got 25 more Pokemon left, correct? Okay. Ooh. Okay, so we're about to look at a group of 4 legendaries that are very creative, that have really cool lore about being the grudges of a person, a king's evil deeds that imbued in some objects. And the first one we have is the one that imbued tablets, creating Wo Chien. And this is a very unique looking thing. It's kind of like a snail. It's got the tablets around its body like a shell. It's very sinister looking. Its eyes are very unique. Look at those vines. Incredible 10 out of 10. Also great shiny. Yeah. This is just such a cool idea. This really feels like this. What I like so much about these 4 is they really feel like legends of the older gens, you know? Like they just feel like crazy creatures with cool lore, which I really like. Like they're not the rulers of the world. You know what I mean? This was your favorite of the 4 for a while, yeah? Yeah, Wo Chien is cool. I like how they all have like a name with a hyphen in it to kind of connect them all together. Shiny looks great. Change the color to red. Looks really good. Here's the thing. With all the nice things I said about Wo Chien's my least favorite of the 4. So going on to a really, really nice design, Chien Pao. I was blown away when I first saw this thing. Look at that design, man. Wow. That is so fun. And that is so clever. The sword, the broken sword, where you have the hilt and then you have the other part, the blade. And then the icicles at the bottom. I love that you can see it come through its face. And even just itself, like, look at its cute little face, its little ears. It's adorably, like, gooby body. Like, this thing looks slippery. I love the color palette. This is a really, really good design. Chien Pao's really, really nice. Mystery gift, shiny as hell, yeah. The Pokemon are actually the artifacts, not the animals. Yeah, it's like the artifacts gave life to the Pokemon. Chien Pao is a wormy snow leopard. I think the teeth are a bit too long. Maybe file them down, but other than that, we love this one. Yeah. You can see this is a Dragon Quest boss. I could see it too. A cute saber-toothed tiger. Yeah, Chien Pao is really, really nice. It just feels so fresh. It was so fun to unlock these in the game and see them one by one. And every time I was like, wow. Wow. The shiny is stellar. Look at it. Look at it. Looks great. Looks really good. I think I prefer the white one because I like how it's like snowier that way, but shiny's great. The third one, the vessel. Ting Lu, who's like kind of like a moose or a deer or something like that, an elk. It's got a big old fucking vessel on its head. I like its rocky, craggly body. I like just how focused on the vessel itself is, as well as them also creating its antlers. The face, you know, it has kind of a digital looking face. It doesn't look super like alive or expressive, but that's the kind of expression it wants, I guess, is to be pretty muted. I think Ting Lu looks pretty cool. Chien Pao's your favorite of the 4, yeah. Yeah. Yucko. Shiny Tinglu. It's got like a bluish green. It doesn't look bad. It's not super engaging, but it doesn't look bad. Jord really did catch them all. Hell yeah. You're not a fan of this one? Tinglu is probably your least favorite, but he's still super cool. Yeah. And the fourth one, an adorable little fish. What a creative thing to do with beads. To make the beads its eyes. And to just make a cute little fire goldfish. Chiyu's really cute. I really love how wispy it is. I like the colors. I like the glowing. You love this guy and his shiny, yeah. Little cute bead goldfish, yeah. It's nice. And yeah, the shiny is killer. That is a killer shiny, man. Look at that. The blue and the black. That looks great. That looks fantastic. A sucker for anything with a blue flame. Yeah, blue flames are nice. So yeah, these are just great. I think they did a fantastic job with these legendaries. And like, very little signals them in the game. Like, you find those stakes, but I was surprised. I'm like, whoa, you made 4 whole distinct, unique, interesting legendaries off this? This is really cool. Finally, some legendaries that aren't "we created the world" or "I am the embodiment of evil." Some gens had legendaries that weren't like that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so the favorite dog line is surprisingly the Fido line, which won really handily. Houndstone's in last. I saw a lot of people praising the Greavard and Houndstone line, so surprised to see that get last billing there, since that's my fave. Good job. Good job. Good job voting, chat. Sorry, chat, give me a moment. I'm just, you know, prepping. All right, chat. Express yourselves. Your favorite ruined legendary. Mine is Chien Pao, with Chiyu in a close second. And then I think I would say I like Tinglu more than Wo-Chien. Greavard and Houndstone are best boys. You don't want to touch a doughy dog. Aha. Some Paradox Mons are still here, and we have one for Salamence. Now, you think Salamence would be a nice candidate for a Paradox form, right? At least I would. And there is one thing I really want to compliment about Roaring Moon, which is the wings. These wings look incredibly cool. I love the feathers. I love the shape. That's all really, really nice. However, this is ugly. The base form looks bad. They just threw this crap on the side of its face. It's got this dumb silver hair. The body looks stupid. It's crawling around like a salamander. I just think it looks bad. The wings are great. The actual form is not good. Really? You think it looks cool? Okay. Enjoy. Enjoy, chat. I don't know. It's not a compelling primal version of Salamence, frankly. The wings are doing a carry in this whole design. Get carried. Shiny looks good. Look at that color change. The yellow and the green and the red. Looks good. Roaring Moon's wings are cool, but it's whatever. Kind of a wasted slot. Reminds you of Mega Salamence already. Yeah, wasted slot is a good way to put it. You're a waste. Iron Valiant. Now, Fairy Fighting is a very cool type combination. And I think the basic idea that they made here of making it a mix of Gardevoir and Gallade is very clever. I think that it having this glowing weapon that's double-bladed is very cool. I think they know that this weapon is cool. With all that said, I think the design itself doesn't look very good. And it mainly comes down to these, like, jet thruster things and the mom hair that it got from Gardevoir. That looks lame. These look lame. It makes it look like a teenager with these little buns here. I'm also not, you know, I don't like Mega Gardevoir. And this, you know, I know Gardevoir has a dress too, but this makes me think more of Mega Gardevoir as like balloon dress. I think this is a really cool idea, and I like aspects of Iron Valiant. I also love the word Valiant, so like the name is really nice. But execution just leaves a lot to be desired. I think this could look a lot cooler. You love it, chat? Okay. Iron Valiant is super cool, but kind of terrifying. I just think it could look a lot cooler. I like the weapon. I think the weapon is carrying the Pokemon. Never really cared for Iron Valiant. It feels fine. It's fine, feels simple in its design, yeah. Yeah. I like the idea, I just really think the execution could have been a lot better. Shiny, it's all silver with pink. It doesn't look bad for a shiny of these. On second thought, you make a compelling argument. You don't think you like it as much now after hearing what you said about it. Hey, chat, that's so nice that you're considering what I'm saying. Appreciate that. I just think this design could be so much more. It's a cool idea. All right, Koraidon. Fighting Dragon, very cool. Very cool type. Koraidon is an incredibly awesome looking legendary Pokemon. I love its form, I love its expression, I love its colors, and I love its flowy, spiky, wispy everything. I love the patterns on its body. This is a primal lizard, baby. That's a primal lizard. It looks like it's about to kick butt, you know? Which I really appreciate. When I saw this thing, it was pretty easy to go Scarlet, but so much about Scarlet spoke to me over Violet. Now, I will say, I don't like how much of a meanie one of the Koraidons is in the game. They make him just look like a big brute. I like thinking of Koraidon as smarter. But they've been doing really good with the legendary designs for the boxes. After the disaster of Zacian and Zamazenta, but like before that, you know, Sun and Moon and X and Y, those box cover legendaries are so good. And then Koraidon, another stellar design. Cool legendary, you love its colors, it pops out and is a strong lizard. You like the bike form more, it's more cuter. Interesting. Oh my god. You can't do that. You can't make a shiny look this cool. You actually can't. This is like one of the coolest looking shinies they've ever made. Look at the color combinations here. Somebody designed this who has a passion for this Pokemon. You know what I mean? They have a passion for Koraidon. That's why they made it look this way. Okay. Here is the droopy form that it has in the game. And this actually changes the vibe of it to something that I don't like as much. And I think This might just be me and Nad having a different preference here. Because, like, it is cuter, but I like the more, like, confident, proud, capable energy and aura of the Apex version of Koraidon. Whereas, like, the Mount version, it just kind of becomes like a droopy dog. Which isn't as cool to me. But to each their own, of course. Cool shiny, but it brings you trauma getting one. You need to look cool riding a motorcycle, not some tire goiter dragon thing. I think that this looks cool. I actually think the wheel looks cool on Koraidon because it looks like a lizard tuft, right? Or whatever those are. Lizard tuft. Here is the counterpart Miraidon. Electric Dragon. And futuristic looking. Now the thing is, I think this thing looks much less cool compared to Koraidon, but I don't think this is a bad design. I just think it looks dorkier. It's kind of like more Inteleon-ish, right? It's more Inteleon. I don't really like that it doesn't have legs. It just has like these thrusters. The way it holds its hands are a little nerdier. The color palette is very nice, though. I like this electrical effect that's flowing throughout it. It looks very cool. I can see other people really digging Miraidon, but I think Koraidon's the easy winner in this situation. He's a goober. He eats sandwiches. He's a baby. Yeah, it's very sweet. I could go for some sandwiches. He's one of the best legendaries. Koraidon, yeah. Don't compare my boy to Inteleon. You can see it, though, can't you? Hello, everyone. It is I, Miraidon. No, Miraidon's cool. Miraidon's cool. I vastly prefer Koraidon, and when I really look at the design of Miraidon, not a lot of it really works for me. The Apex version is a badass form. You just prefer cuties to cool mons. That's why Giratina is your favorite. Heck yeah. Shiny Miraidon. Not as cool as the other shiny. Not as cool as Koraidon's shiny. But this doesn't look bad. It's just white. I don't know. Regular Miraidon looks better than this. And here's the bike version of Miraidon, where you can see that it is a motorcycle, which I can understand the appeal of liking a Pokemon that actually is rolling around on the wheels as opposed to clambering. I can understand that. I can understand the preference. The wheels are cool. Ew. They're making me mad now. They're making me mad with these. Miraidon is much better than Koraidon, in your opinion? This is Patrick, by the way. Hi, Patrick. PXA, I should have known. Welcome in. Lovely to see you. And also, you're wrong. Now that I know who you are, I feel better telling you you're wrong. Okay. You don't get Goober from Giratina. You have to picture Baby Tina. Okay, so look, this is them messing up again. This is them not understanding. You have Suicune. You have a really cool Pokemon like Suicune, right? Drew tells me I'm wrong all the time. You have a really cool Pokemon like Suicune. And then you make it this thing. And like, this is creative, but nothing about this reads Suicune. And what I don't like is like, it basically gets rid of everything I like about Suicune. I like Suicune's mysticism, its beauty, its grace, its elegant design. And then they make it just this big dinosaur. The two tails are kind of cool, and how that, like, you know, reflects the wispy, like, aurora that Suicune has on its actual form, like the tails, the white ribbon tails. But They made it so unga bunga in the face with this thing. Kind of like the concept art of it better with the saber-tooth teeth. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't... this is just a downgrade from Suicune to me. Maybe Tina is such a funny thing to me because it sounds like someone's regular baby. The freaking emblem on its head is so dumb. On this form, it's so bad. Yeah, I just... this doesn't do anything for me. Walking Wake, I also don't care for as a name. You never got this for your decks. That stinks. They have, like, reruns for the events. Shiny, it's more of, like, a regular Suicune shiny color. It's okay as a shiny. It's okay. You much prefer this to Suicune, but you couldn't really tell why. You guess you just like ethereal Raptorids. Sure. Fair. Here's Iron Leaves. Grass Psychic. Now, here's the thing. This is just a robot Virizion, but I actually think it looks kind of cool. Like, as far as the robots go, this is one of the cooler looking robots. And I'd almost say this looks cooler than regular Virizion. You can't get these shinies yet? I don't think so, no. Now, there is one thing I don't like. When I use this in battle, I have to stare at its, like, underwear butt. I think the underwear butt was a big miss. Virizion isn't that cool. Yeah, easy to surpass, right? So, the underwear butt really hurts this design for me. Because I think Iron Leaves looks really cool otherwise. Look at it, it's glowing, it's a robot. It's just a robot version of the Pokemon, man. Shiny looks good. Look at that silver and pink, that looks good. It's basically what they did with Iron Valiant's shiny. It looks good. Virizion is probably your favorite Sword of Justice. Okay. Now you need to see this. Here is Iron Leaves using its signature move Psyblade because its body extends in a way that you might not be aware of otherwise, chat. That's why I thought this was worth showing. These things extend. These things extend when it uses Psyblade. Looks cool, huh? Droid loves making me dislike something with a quirk he doesn't like and give it the worst phrasing imaginable. Diaper butt. Yeah. Yeah. Are you talking about Bolton? Or just this one? Okay, here's some good stuff. Now we're getting to some good stuff. Let's go back to Applin, and let's just revisit Applin for some reason. They're like, let's give Applin something. It's like, really? You're gonna do something cool with it? And they're like, yeah, we made it a candy apple. Here's Diplin. A candy apple worm. Now it has a big head so you can hold it and eat the syrup, and its body is still coming out. This is really fun. This isn't even like Flapple and Appleton are still their own thing, and they're just like, okay, let's take Applin, and now it's gonna have a third evolution into Diplin. Would have taken a Paradox Keldeo over all three of these. Yeah, I can kind of hear you on that. Diplin is a cutie. You like the idea, but you don't think about this one much. Yeah, it is a cutie. Look at his little happy face coming out of the apple in that artwork. Look at me. It's cute. It's silly. It's a stepping stone. But I like it. Shiny is great. This is good stuff. Look at that. Dip it in some honey. It's a nice shiny. Applin needs more love. We decided to play with the apple body, and it's excellent. Diplin is excellent, yeah. Yeah, it's really fun what they did here. Poltergeist. How you doing? How you doing on your... You're at 9%? We can get through this. Okay, so they made another one of these things. Another Convergent or whatever. Now, this one at least looks more different than, you know, Sinistea and Poltegeist because it's in a different container. That's as big as I can make it. I don't think this is appealing. Like, it's cute. It's got a cute little weird kind of looking Bendy in the Ink Machine container. It's green. It's based on matcha tea, which I've never had. I don't know what it's like. And it's in there. Cute idea. Not very interesting. You much prefer Sinistea and Poltegeist to this? I'm with you on that, yeah. And what they did something weird because they named the basic one Polcha, while the evolution is the playoff Sinistea. Like, they reversed them for some reason, which is weird. They reversed the names. But yeah, this doesn't do anything for me. Fillermon. Do you know about that Bendy in the Ink Machine nonsense? I've seen some Bendy played. People say the taste of matcha tea is comparable to grass. You've never had it. I'd like to try some. I'm gonna evolve Milcery into a matcha alchemy, and then I'm gonna eat my alchemy. All right, here's the bottom of the Pokemon. You can see this, the bottom. Oh, you don't need to see that part. The bottom doesn't have a mark of being real, so it is counterfeit. So it did the same thing the other one did, just to give people something to hunt, I guess. And then here's the artisan form, where it does have the little mark. You see the little mark? That means it's legit. So you got counterfeit and artisan, just like Sinistea and Poltegeist. Do not eat her. Yum, yum. Here's the shiny if you didn't realize. This is the shiny form. It's green instead of black on the bottle. Isn't that interesting? No? Same. And there's the shiny Unremarkable and the shiny Masterpiece. Got it. Well, what I mean is counterfeit and antique. Alright, it evolves into Sinistea, which is more like Poltegeist. It's just kind of like sitting in its cup. It's got a little hat on. It's got its feet dripping out from the bottom. This really just does nothing for me. Grass Ghost. Here's another. This is just boring. This didn't need to exist. But sure, why not? It matched the region they were making for the DLC. Sinistea is nice, but Poltegeist is still better. Yeah, 100%. It doesn't do much for you, yeah. It doesn't do much for me either. This is just a boring Pokemon. This thing's also got the thing. See? It's got no mark, and then the antique form has the mark. Look at those legs. Here's the shiny. It's green instead of black. What a surprise. Below. Antique. Okay. Okie dokie. The first of the retainer Pokemon. Okie dokie is, I think, a little too goofy looking for me. This looks like a character from Looney Tunes or something. This looks like... George sounds tired. This looks like a character from, like, a cartoon. This looks like Grunkle Stan's Fursona. I don't hate the design. I don't think it's very appealing. It's got, like, the poison chain. So many dogs. Used to hate this dog and you're still not very fond of it. Get it out of here. It looks like chat really doesn't like this dog. I'm drinking actual alcohol. What? Yeah. Okie dokie, yeah. Okie dokie doesn't do anything for me, but I don't hate it. I don't hate it. It's just like, it's a little silly. That's an ugly shiny, man. They just make it brown. No. How have I never noticed the puffy tail? The puffy tail is nice. Is this the closest Pokemon you get to a Shiba? I think it might be. It's not appealing, but it's silly looking, and its name is funny, but no opinions. Yeah. All right, the next member of the retainers, Monkey Dory. Fun name. Poison Psychic is an interesting type combination. Only done with the Galarian Slowpoke line, I think. I think this guy's got a pretty nice look to him. It's different for the monkeys that we have. I like the chain being around its head. I like the distinct face. It just looks like kind of like a frumpy, silly little monkey who's doing his best. This is the best retainer. He's so stupid. He's so funny looking. Yeah, he is funny. Monkey Dory grew on me. I didn't like Monkey Dory at first. But yeah, it's a funny thing. Shiny, barely different. It's like gray. Doesn't look especially good. All your favorite Pokemon are monkeys. You like him. There's some reasoning. And the third member, Pheasantipity. Poison Fairy. Interesting type combination. Pheasantipity, I like the design of enough. As just like, you know, it's an elegant pheasant. I like where the chain is. I like its unique eyes and its unique color palette. But you don't get a lot of expression from this thing. And I think that's intended, you know, this thing wants to be serious and kind of like holier than thou. But, Monkey Dory, I'd have to say, is my favorite of the three. But I'm fine with the other two. It was a pain to catch these mons. You had to restart the battle, and first ball caught it. It was funny. Nice. Pheasantipity is probably the least offensive retainer to most Pokemon fans. Yeah, I agree with that. I think most people would probably think this is the least offensive. 9 more Pokemon left. Shiny Pheasantipity doesn't look bad. Trades out the black for like a bluish color. Looks pretty nice. It blends well. Okay, Qian Pao handily won their favorite Ruin Legendary, and one person picked Wo Qian. No votes for the other two. Not surprised Qian Pao won so well, though, to be honest. Not surprised. These are all technically legendaries, right? Yeah. Yep. Okay. Express yourselves, chat. Who's your favorite retainer? Mine is Monkey Dory. Now you can all immortalize it through a poll. You picked Wo Qian. Nicely done. Get that variety in there. Okay, Ogerpon. Kind of the mascot of the first DLC for Scarlet and Violet, a female-only species for some reason. This is the teal mask version, the regular mask for Ogerpon. You can see it wearing the mask here. You will give your vote to the green gremlin just because it speaks to you better than the others. Sure, yeah, that's a good reason. I feel like they're trying too hard to make Ogerpon cute. It's like, it feels overt. It feels too much like they're like, don't you think Ogerpon's a cute little girl? And it's like, no. You're trying too hard to make me think the Pokemon is cute. I like the weird, like, look at these legs. Look at how it looks like wooden on the inside, like they connect. That's pretty fun. But just not a very attractive form for a Pokemon. Like, look at its shape, is very awkward. I don't really like the mask. It is cute enough in its face. But I don't know. It doesn't really do anything for me. This is the one that's hitting me like industry plant. You used to despise Ogerpon, you still don't like it too much. You want to talk about a Pokemon they want to make it look cute in an annoying way. It isn't Palmet, it's Ogerpon. Interesting. And the thing is, like, I don't even think Ogerpon has a bad story in the game. The cutscenes with Ogerpon in that game are actually, they do make it look cute. But it does still feel like it's trying very hard. And the design just feels messy to me. Evil Pokemon set a whole town. But it's fine, the mask gimmick is interesting, you guess? Yeah. Here's the water mask, the wellspring mask. The The water mask looks nicer. Does it? Water mask looks more like a Majora's Mask mask. I guess the teal mask looks cooler than that, though. You hate the cloak thing? Yeah, the cloak thing's weird, too. I feel like this Pokemon's design is not refined. The Hearth Flame mask. That looks okay. Here's your other grass fire type. Enjoy. And then the Cornerstone mask, where it gets a very ugly rock mask. Ew, no, it looks stupid. I don't know, I'm not really here for the gimmick of this Pokemon. It is cute enough underneath all the garb, but its design feels messy to me. Design feels messy. Even better than Scovillain, because anything is better than Scovillain. Not true. Alright, here's the shiny Ogre Pond. The only thing that changes is its face changes from, like, yellow to green, which just makes it blend together more with all the other shades of green. I think this looks really messy and bad. It's just like a bunch of fucking greens competing with each other. Yeah, looks bad. Archaludon. Duraludon got an evolution the generation after it came out, and they made it look pretty dorky. But it's an interesting development for the Pokemon, making it a big steel bridge. I like thinking of it as a stapler remover, but yeah, this is not for me. It's cool to give Duraludon an evolution, but it's as hideous as its previous evolution. Although I do like how it's very bridgy. Archaludon is egg. Here's the shiny. It's blue and gray. It's okay. What a random Pokemon to get an evolution. It's interesting, but this thing is so dorky looking, yeah. Yeah, just not appealing. You prefer it to Duraludon? I think I prefer Duraludon, but they're pretty close. Here's the bridge. You gotta see the bridge. That's pretty cool. When it uses its signature move, it flattens its body out and you can see the full bridge, which is cool. It's a cool thing to do. You prefer it to Duraludon for the sheer audacity it has to look like that. Sure, it's a good reason. Alright, now here's a star. Hydrapple, baby. It paid off. They brought Applin back, gave it a new evolution, and then gave it another evolution, and they made it this fucking awesome-looking apple Hydra Dragon. It's got an apple stuck in its horn. Look at its face. It's such a worm. It's such a worm, and look at them all. Hydrapple is excellent. Is it Bridge Saturday? I think Hydrapple is really, really nice, chat. This is such a good design. It's just this huge apple thing. I love how long it is and, like, its unique face. And it's really strong and cool. This is the grass dragon we needed. Super friggin' cool. Look at that beautiful middle card, yeah. This was so close to your list. You love it? Yeah, same. So close to my, my tops. There's just a house that they all live in. You love Duraludon and its evolution. Wow. Yeah, Hydrapple, you really knocked it out of the park with this one. I was eager to see what this thing was going to become, and I did not anticipate it would be so cool. The shiny's epic. Wonderful. The honey apple. And it's even got a little green apple on its ear now. That's really fun. Cute. They just don't understand. They actually don't understand the thing that they made. They don't understand it. Here is Gouging Fire, Entei's primal form. Now, here's the thing. I love the size of this thing. I love how much it looks like it's about to tear you apart. I love the wispy cloud floating at the end. But, like, what up with this big mask, man? It's pretty silly, no? Like, I kind of like how sharp it is, how much it looks like it's ready to attack, but there's just something goofy about the design that holds it back. Like, this is what you did with Entei? Why? Why does he have this? Why does he have it? Cool. It's cool enough, right? Because it's Entei. It's got enough of Entei's bones in it. I don't think it's better than Entei. I think regular Entei is better. And the mask is weird. And it's like, why did you do this? Shiny looks nice. Look at those dark browns and those blues. That's a nice palette to throw on it. Raging Bolt. So, of course, Raikou has to have one, too. Now, here's the thing. Unlike Suicune and Entei, I actually... I actually think what they did with Raikou is cool. This is actually an idea that kind of works. Like, it's random, but I like this, like, billowing storm cloud that's just, like, surrounding its face. I love the, like, form of its body. Like, this thing looks really powerful. I like this, like, zippy zap spikes into the tail and just the color palette in general. Now, it's not perfect. The head looks a little silly. The head looks like a Gen Z haircut, right? But, like, I think as far as Paradox primal forms go, Raging Bolt is better than a lot of the other ones in what it chooses to do with the Pokemon it's based on. I don't like the name Raging Bolt. And it's still silly. Its primal form makes it look dumb. Like, look dumb. Entei is better. Yeah. You like this guy? Yeah, one of the better ones. One of the better ones. Shiny. Looks good. I think that looks nice. This, like, orange with the blue and the yellow, I think that looks really nice. It's pleasant. Even, like, the silver instead of the electrical color. The blue. Looks good. Okay. Monkey Dory won Best Retainer with only a single Okidogi vote. That's some consistency. All right, chat. I ask that you express yourself again. Favorite of these Paradox Pokemon? It's Silly Giraffe, Raikou, my favorite Paradox. Yeah. I'd have to say Raging Bolt's the best of the three, with Walking Wake being the worst. Iron Boulder. Rock Psychic. Like Lunatone and Solrock. This is an incredibly ugly design. This is just a robot Terrakion that looks stupider and uglier. The form looks really dumb. The colors don't look very good. The face looks really stupid. And it just feels like, why did they bother? Why did they even make this? You're going Walking Wake with that? Yeah. Still looks better than actual Terrakion? Disagree. Like, I like how these horns look really cool. Those look really sharp. But the actual thing, I just think looks so dorky. Hi, Matthias. Welcome in. You made a robot and made it look like that. Why? Yeah, it's just like, it's so boring too. It's like, why did you even bother making this a Pokemon? It's just a robot version of a Pokemon most people didn't care about. That looks stupider. Iron Boulder? That's the best you could come up with? Shiny, it becomes mostly silver instead of brown. It doesn't look very good. Today's your birthday? Well, happy birthday, Matthias. Hope you have a wonderful birthday and a year ahead. You're not fond of actual Terrakion, yeah. So here's the horns. When it uses its move, Mighty Cleave. it combines the horns and it does that. So I thought I'd show you that since I showed you that for Iron Leaves. There you go. Iron Crown. So Cobalion, of course, gets one too, and this looks super lame as well. It's just like plastic robot. Not a compelling use of the Pokemon that it's based on. It makes me question why they made it. It just feels like filler. It feels really safe. Even its animations here are lame. Just don't even bother. Underestimate me and my love for things that no one else likes. Yeah, this is just so weak, man. It's just so weak. Shiny's all silver and blue. It doesn't look bad. The silver and blue looks nice together. And then here is Tashion Cutter. Iron Crown using Tashion Cutter. You can see what its horns do. They, like, become smooth and tall. Looks kind of cool. So how'd that poll do? Walking Wake, Raging Bolt. Walking Wake's in first, then Raging Bolt, and then Gouging Fire last. Wow. The Walking Wake winning. When are we playing Smash again? I could not tell you. I do not know. Alright, chat. Favorite paradox of these three? Mine is definitely Iron Leaves. I think the other two are dog water. Dog water. Here you go. Here you can see him here. You pick Scarlet because the robot paradoxes are almost all lame, especially these legendaries did the Sword of Justice dirty, just robotized forms of them. Yeah, they're really lame. When I played the game, like, I didn't know what they looked, the different Paradox Pokemon of both kinds, so I just went with my, you know, my preference. All these look pretty dumb, but you guys are going for the Leafy Boy. Heck yeah. Terrapagos. Tiny Turtle. The normal form. Terrapagos is a normal type legendary. It is a small glowy turtle. It's very simple in its design, as you can see. It's cute. Very stellar. But honestly, not very exciting. It's not a very exciting Pokemon. Especially because it's themed around this awful mechanic. Terrastalizing, which we hope they never bring back. But when they tie this stuff to Pokemon, it's like they can never fully get rid of it. You got Violet as a gift like 2 years ago. It's really unfair. Like Scarlet got cool dinos, but Violet, you just get robots. Still a nice gift. You can get those dinos by raiding with others. This mon gets aura for breaking out of a master form, but not exciting. For breaking out of a master ball, yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, it's just not an exciting Pokemon. Here's the shiny. It's super light blue. It doesn't look bad. If you like blue, you'll probably love that. And here's the Terrastal form, where it becomes like a shaggy turtle with all of the types on its back, which almost makes you think, okay, so they can never make new types again now. They actually can never make new types again now because they're all on its back, right? But this is pretty cute. Look at its fluffiness. Look at its big tails. It's pretty sweet. You like this funny little turtle baby. You only really liked Carmine, though? And going deeper into Area Zero, yeah. Shiny is like a gender change? Weird. Yeah, the DLC has hit or miss spots, story-wise. But, yeah, it's cool to put all the types on its shell with symbols. That's a cool idea. But the fact that this is, like, limited to terrastalizing really brings the Pokemon back, because most people do not care for that. Here's the shiny. It's light blue. Still haven't finished the DLC years later, you're gonna be honest. Yeah, see, to me, that tells me you were not compelled. Here's the fucking stellar form, where it's like a boss in the game and it has like all the types surrounding it. I don't know how this thing works. This looks stupid. It's just like way too glowy. It's got the dumb terrestrialization thing going on and the types floating around it. I don't know. Really don't like Kieran. Yeah, Kieran sucks. The terrestrializing is basically big oval with Ninetales tails. Yeah. Kieran sucks. Okay, chat. The last Pokemon. Number 1025. Pecharunt. A poison ghost type, and believe it or not, the first poison ghost since the Ghastly line. And it's this tiny little mochi creature. Which I really like its little face, and how it lives in this, like, little pod. It's supposed to be, like, what is it? Like a berry? I think that's really cute. And I think Pecharunt has a little nice design. Like, look at it. It's just a little mischievous spirit. It's kind of cute. It's got a nice color palette. It's got a lot of lore in how it works with the retainers. No more will be made after this. There are already more. You don't understand the new terrestrialized typing they randomly introduced. How does it work? It's like all the types. It makes like... I forget exactly. It's like... all moves are like boosted once of each type, but like you take super effective hits from like any terrestrial thing or something like that. It's something crazy. This is the only poison ghost again from Ghastly and Friends. I'm shocked. You like Pecharunt? You have that alt art card on the left. Nice. Yeah, Pecharunt's a cute little thing. Shiny, not good. Look at that. It's like orangish brown or something. That's not good. Okay, I can finally give my phone a rest. Thank you, phone. %, chat. 2%. %. Cursed mochi, yum yum. I shall do a dance that looks like it hurts to do in real life. Shiny looks like poo. Very good, chat. Now, I do have these images, just so you can see it between closed and open. We can go to this image. Yeah, look at that little Pecharunt. He's so ready to go. Yeah, that was 2%. We were just about out of time. Here is the mochi itself. Chat, would you eat these? Because I would. They look like donuts. They look like donuts. Jord's phone can finally rest. No more full-length Gen streams. Yeah. For now. Okay. Nope, because you're smart, but it looks good. You don't know how much you care for mochi? It's like eating baby skin. So I'm sure you understand what it means, what that tastes like. They don't look really yummy. I feel like I'm just picturing donuts. Pink donuts, right? You love the cutscene of Arvin and Penny eating the mochi. It looks so bad. Yeah. Most normal Jord quote upon rejoining the stream. Welcome back, ramen. We're just about getting to the final things. You mean eating baby skin? So like, if you've ever had mochi ice cream, there's like mochi in these little balls, and like it's this really thin skin. It's like this thin skin, and it's like you got to get used to the texture of that skin. You got to get used to it. You've had it. Yeah. All right. Katakuri approved. Yeah. You can say like squishy. Okay, squishy. It's a horrible way to phrase that. Oh my god. All right, chat. Here's the dance. This is the dance that the people do that Pecharunt poisons them with its mochi. It makes them do the dance, the chicken dance, or whatever. Because Pokemon is dorky. Mochi mochi. What the fuck am I looking at? This is the mochi dance. This is what Pecharunt makes people dance. When it takes control. See how happy it is? Run. Loves to do the chicken dance. The actual buns. Very cute, chat. The silly dance. Alright, show me... Where did my poll go? Here it is. So, Iron Leaves wins, good. Iron Boulder and Iron Crown both get 1 vote. I'm surprised anyone picked Iron Crown. I'm surprised. Alright, chat. So, which version is your version? Scarlet or Violet? Looking at the selection here. Now, this is mostly a Paradox form versus, since they make up so much of the version exclusives. But we do also have the 2 Tauros forms here. Armarouge and Ceruledge, of course. And Koraidon and Miraidon, who are technically Paradox Pokemon. For me, Scarlet's the easy victor here. Armarouge is my favorite Pokemon and beats Ceruledge as cool as Ceruledge is. Koraidon, one of my favorite legendaries, beats Miraidon. Fire form Tauros beats water form. And even like I feel Paradox wise, like what do we have for winners? Slitherwing on this end. Raging Bolt is solid. And then on this end we have Iron Bundle, Iron Moth, Iron Leaves, Iron Jugulus. But Slitherwing alone beats all of these. So yeah, Scarlet is the easy pick for me. The only good exclusive for Violet is Ceruledge. Wow. Picking Scarlet, and I bet you can already guess why. Because you love Armarouge like me. Has nothing to do with any elephants. They're both equal, though you do admit Scarlet had worse legendaries. Raging Bolt is Raikou, but long neck. Yeah. Pretty even poll. Elephants are a myth. Armarouge is also really cool. I like what I'm hearing. But like looking at this screen, by the way, chat, they fucking flub Paradox Pokemon so hard. So many of these are like not good designs. Yeah. Which brings us to the final superlatives. Starting with mine. My 6 least favorite designs that we looked at today. In no particular order. Here they are, chat. You think the same Armarouge plush I have? Really cool. Surprised Cloth made it here. Yeah. It is a little surprising to see that, isn't it? What about all the paradoxes you trashed? I mean, 4 of them made it here. 4 of the paradoxes made it here. Why do you not like Roaring Moon? I like the wings. I think the rest of the design is bad. I just think it's unattractive. Fruit Bonnet doesn't deserve it. I don't like Amoonguss in the first place very much. I think Amoonguss is pretty weak. And they just made like a mean Amoonguss. Like, I don't want a mean Amoonguss. The little dinosaur feet and tail are cute, but like the rest of the Pokemon is still what it is, you know? What else would I put here? This was fun. Good to see you, Jordan. Thank you, PXA. Well, thank you, Patrick. Good to hear from you. Fun to have you here. Okay, so now we move on. The 12 cutest Pokemon we looked at today. At least in my opinion. The paradox is cool, you like it. Hey, enjoy. I don't care for it. Here are the 12 cuties of the day. A lot of cuties. Glad to see the mouse hold respect. Yeah. What else would you put here? That mouse family is faster than Jet Dragon. Disrespect for the mouse, not in this household, yeah. 12 cuties. We get Tarantula making it. Go Tarantula. Not in this mouse hold. There you go. You found it, chat. You found it. Okay, next up. My 12 favorite non-fully evolved Pokemon that we looked at today. Easy picks. Easy picks. Look at Nimble making it in. Yeah. Yeah, pull's really close. Like, almost even. I think that means that they did their job well, right? They want it to be kind of even. Little Cricket is so cute, you don't remember his name, and also like the cactus. Little Cricket is nimble, and the cactus is a tumbleweed. Unless you mean Capsicid. I guess you mean Capsicid. So, yep. Great. And now we go to my 12 favorite fully evolved Pokemon that we looked at today. And this is such a stellar lineup. This is strong. This is really strong. These are in numerical order. Dang. You agree with some of these. Like Scovillain. Is that the one you agree the most with? Good one, Jord. Yeah, this was a nice one to put together. I felt so confident with these picks. You actually feel like the one that is like a flying flower is underrated? Limora? Hell yeah. All the mons you like are on here. Heck yeah. Slitherwing, Koraidon, and Bombardier are not evolved Pokemon. Fully evolved Pokemon. Are they fully evolved? Do they evolve again? Then they're fully evolved. And finally, my team. And I feel really good about this team. My favorite is in the top left spot. But like this is the team I want to roll with in Gen 9. Really nice balance of shapes and sizes. Scovillain made the team? Alright, objection. Scovillain would be the first cut. Maybe in favor of Koraidon, but I like having Scovillain here. He's a buddy. And I mean, like, Koraidon, we don't need the powerhouse Koraidon on this team. We don't need him. We're a powerhouse as we work together. Scovillain made the team. Top 6. Look at that. Yeah, I love these. This is such a nice little lineup. Cool team, thank you. Glad to see I ain't the only one. All right, chat, so now it's time to look at your things. Hey, you know what? I'm tired. We'll just end. Okay, first up. You're so funny. Traveling back in time. Now, who could that be? Okay, so Bellybolt number 1 is a bit much. All the Pokemon we looked at today, Goober, Lubba over here is the best thing. Shiny Great Tusk. Okay. Run them through the sewer, and you like the colors more. We get it. Shiny Iron Bundle. Interesting. See, to me, I miss the red too much. I miss the red. The Skeledirge, number 4. Cheese Puffs Clown Hair. Okay. I should have expected this. 3 segment to Dunsparce. Okay. You like your ice cream with 3 scoops. Nice pick, though. You know I love the Dunsparce. And Mousehold being here is great. Little cuties. How do we put our faves, Matthias? I put posts on YouTube and Discord a week in advance. It's been up for a week for people to submit their faves. We'll be doing another thing like this at the end of next month, so look out for the next post. If you want to post your faves for that. Bozo the Croc. I don't like ice cream in general. Yeah. Cutest Bellybolt, like... Alright. Are you sure? Are you sure you meant... I think you might have just had a few misspellings. You meant to type Charcadet, right? And then you accidentally typed in Bellybolt. And then Lee's favorite Scovillain. This is just hateful. Hateful. Yeah, okay, so this reads back in time. You got goobers, you got underappreciateds, you got elephants. You got some shiny picks, which is interesting. Yeah. Cute. Very cute back in time. Thank you for expressing yourself here. I should have known. I should have known Bellybolt was going to do this. The Goober team. Y'all are being cheeky. Yeah, please forgive our cheekiness. Mimikyu fan. Skeledirge again. Man, you really like this thing, huh, guys? And then Mabostiff. So see, now I'm thrown off. Because this thing over anything else in the gen is crazy to me. Like, there's some stellar hyper creative stuff, but like, you really settled on just like a pretty plain dog. You know? Sweet. I know what you said. You said you liked it as a sweet old man or something. That's sweet. And then you got the sweet mice. That's sweet. And then little cute doggy, who's also your cutest. So you think that the mice are not as cute as the dog. Interesting. Tinkaton. I'm not surprised. I know a lot of people like Tinkaton. Surprised to see Dipplin show up in a top 6. That's some mad respect for Dipplin. And then Reller getting the boot. Look at that. Disrespect being shown at little Reller, who just wants to roll his Cheetos Puffs around. Poor Reller. What am I to make of? There's no cohesion to this. There's no cohesion to these selections. I don't know what to make of your taste. You like cute, but you also like weird, but you also like sweet, but you also like derpy. Leave my sheepdog alone. Is that what you see it as? I guess it is like a sheepdog. A shocking lack of Scovillain. Yeah. Thank you, Mimikyu fan, for your submission. Happy to see your picks. Next up, the Burning Baron 6417. He's streaming right now, chat. So let's make sure he's got something to come back to. So Iron Valiant number 1. We're not too surprised here. We know a lot of people like Iron Valiant. Sandy Shock's number 2 is just weird. I don't know. I don't even understand. I don't even understand. They must really just like it for its weirdness, right? That's got to be it. And then Skeledirge again? Lay off. Chill out. It's just a croc with clown hair. Revavroom showing up, also surprising. Baron's keeping me on my toes. Now, we like seeing Scoville in here. And Ceruledge, this is a nice way to end it. This is a nice way to end it. You like what you like, heck yeah. So I heard you like Scoville. All over the place with the Mons, but that's what Gen 9 is all about. Nice list, Mimikyu fan. Yeah, I guess there is just not a lot of cohesion in the gen, huh? Sandy Shocks is cool and you were just mad? The Pokemon makes no sense. This is what they chose to do with the Paradox concept. Cutest being Mousehold is sweet. We like seeing all the Mousehold appreciation. Now this, I wish he was here because I actually want to hear him explain this, right? This don't you want to know why? This is such a target. This is such a targeted pick. Like, what is it about Pecharunt? Is it the Mochi Dance? Is it the Pokemon itself? But no, he's got some, like, surprising picks on here with Sandy Shocks and Revavroom. But I think he likes cool things. He hates Mochi. Thank you, Burning Baron. Ramen 21. Yes. Ceruledge up front. We like this. Annihilate. Taste. And then you destroy all your taste with this pick. Tinkaton again. Y'all got tricked. They tricked you. They tricked you, Ramen. Industry plant worked out. I mean, who am I to talk? I love my Zeraora. Now, I like the shiny Palafin pick. This is good. You're winning me back. Iron Valiant. You're playing right into their hands. You're playing right into their hands. Gimmeagle's a cute pick for last pick. And then Tandemaus you picked over Mousehold. You like the pair more than the family as cutest. Yeah, they're cuties. Orthworm dislike is very funny. Please embellish if you will. Yeah, Ramen, this is nice. This is like a little RPG party you put together here. You got some really cool stuff, a lot of cool things. Gimmeagle's kind of random with the rest of them. I will not embellish. Okay. You don't have to. George's 50-50 on yours? A little more, a little better than 50-50. Give it like 70-30. You just dislike Orthworm. Okay. Shiny Palafin you should have put higher. Should have seen the card art when we were looking at it. The sweet shiny Palafin card. Nice to see you give respect to Annihilate, though. Nobody was saying anything about this Pokemon. That's not true. Some people did. But you'd think they would have said more. You'd move it to second place. Wow, okay. Thank you, Ramen21, for your submission. Triss will be watching this after the fact, chat. Now, look, we're still dealing with this, like, Skeledirge parade of appreciation that I don't understand fully. Like, I get it's fine, but, like, best shit? Like, come on, man. Look at this thing. Look at Ceruledge and Annihilate. Look at Ceruledge. It's okay. Annihilate, Ceruledge, very cool. Wait, Coco, you're liking that cutie, Triss. This is loyalty to the starter. Ogerpon, okay. Won over by the cuteness of Ogerpon. I respect it. And then Clodsire. Derpy cutie. A lot of cuteness going on. Some coolness too. So there's some good variety here. I'm happy to see Palmy in the cutest spot. It is very cute. And I'm also happy to see Quaxwell get bullied. Well, not bullied. Bullying's not cool, but in the stink box. We're happy to see Quaxwell in the stink box. Thank you, Triss. Happy to see your submissions. Shadow Master of Armageddon. With just like a a barfing of takes. Okay, shiny Meowscarada. This is nice. You're showing respect to your starter of choice, right? And you picked the classy shiny. So like this is a nice, we're off to a good start. Miraidon, I know you like your Miraidon. I can respect it. I can understand the pick. Raging Bolt, interesting. Interesting that you like this one this much. You know, that's surprising. Now this is a threat. You have double threats here. Actually, you know what? Roaring Moon I can understand because of the wings and maybe just liking that. But this is truly strange to me. This is truly like, really? Are you sure? Is your computer screen black when you were making your choices? You regret Reller and you should have done Wiglet for last? Hell yeah, I like what I'm hearing. I'm just surprised about the boulder. And then Chi and Pao makes sense to me. Chi and Pao's great. So you got, you know, you got a lot of like strong looking things here. Fluttermane Cutest is just ludicrous. And Clodsire Hate is targeted. This is a statement pick. You're on a phone. Got it. So you can't actually see any of these. I understand better now. You just picked by names. Fluttermane is cute. Yeah, that's what I thought Mischievous always needed to look cuter. A bloody, sinking eye. And look like she got no sleep. That's so cute. You know what you did, yeah. Yeah. No, in all seriousness, I appreciate the picks. I think there's like a good color variety going on here. It's a very you selection. Legendaries all over the list. Great list SMA, the coolest mons. I put them here as a testament. Yeah, I'm happy you repped yourself. That's good. Bodacious. Now here we have some taste. Time for the tastament. Clodsire #1, you know, that's giving it some real dues. But you must really love that cute derp. Armarouge, is this somebody who actually understands? Who actually shows the respect to Armarouge? King Gambit #3 surprising. But I can understand it. Garganical, yes. Koraidon, yes. The Dunsparce, also 3 dumplings. Great pick. Stay in your lane? What does that mean? Knackley being cutest is an interesting choice. And then Mastiff as the least favorite is also interesting. This little dog just trying its best and you're like, fuck you. All those Paradox mods and you're like, no, I'm flushing this dog down. You did change that list a bit. You had a hunch some of your favorites would show up elsewhere, so you picked some mods to see if anyone would get thrown off. What are you, just making picks to throw me off? The Statler and Waldorf heckling you in the back and throwing tomatoes. They don't throw stuff, do they? Yeah, though, Nat, I vibe big time with this chart. King Gambit's the only one that I guess I'd have significant different feelings about. But yeah, awesome picks. Love me the derps, and Clodsire is my vibe. Yeah. I'm understanding that more and more. Thank you, Nad. Love it. You do genuinely like Terrakion and Iron Boulder as a solid design. Okay. The ghost with the most. He's asleep. Hi, Ghost. Well, you're awake now. Okay, favorite. Cute kitty. Cutest. Cute kitty. Consistent. Cute kitty is cute. Second favorite. Keep in mind, this is someone who hasn't played Gen 9. Scoville and #2 pick. Rubbing the pepper seeds in Back in Time's eyes. This checks out for Ghost, you know? It's like it's a cool little creep. We both like cool creeps. He gets it. Pommy, cutie. Cute little chubby thing. We love it. Wo-Chien's an interesting pick. You must have liked the Freak. Veluza's also an interesting pick, because I don't feel like there's anything particularly notable about it. And then Nacle's also an interesting. Does this have anything to do with Mario? I don't know. Good variety going on here, though. I can kind of see a lot of the reasons. Now, look, I know you don't like Monkey Dory, which is kind of sad, but like, because, you know, there's a lot of worse picks in the gen, but I could see why, I suppose. Even if it's just a sweet, funny monkey. Rubbed it in my eyes and I went blind as a result. No. No, no, no. What service dog did you pick? Did you pick a Pokemon? Oh yeah, Ghost. Thank you for picking these. A nice blend of like kind of freaky and cute, which is nice. Consistent with your picks. 0-2 Hero. Number 1, Tinkaton. Okay. Falling for the bait. Number 2, Palafin Hero form. Yep. Okay, so like they like very personalitied. Sure, personality characters. Characterized characters. Farigiraf is surprising though. Number 3, really? That much, huh? It's that good? King Gambit showing up. Yep, personalitied. Fluttermane Appreciation? Interesting. Sure. Gold Dengo. Yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah. See, that like Gold Dengo kind of matches these 3, where it's like, you know, very personalitied characters. Dolliv being the cutest is interesting. It's kind of cool to see some Dolliv appreciation. Least favorite, Veluza. Wonder why. I guess just unremarkable. Unspecial. I'm like halfway with you on all this and halfway not really there with you on 0 to Hero, but I'm happy that you picked the things that you believe in, that you love, that are true to you. Still no cohesion in these charts. When does Goldengo even have personality? He's got it all the time. What do you mean? Look at his face. Thank you, 0 to Hero. I'm glad you got it in before the end. And that brings us to the end of reviewing Generation 9 and all the Pokemon in it. That went well. Next time, next month. Next month, we will be reviewing the new Megas of Legends ZA. Where we will be talking about all the new Megas, but for everybody who's doing submissions, it will be a Mega Evolution submission thing where you will be picking your 6 favorite Megas of all the Megas, not just the new Megas. So this is going to be a Mega expression for us all while we go through the Megas introduced in this game. You'll be able to pick your least favorite Mega. You missed it. We went over it very soon, Burning Baron. The Megas of ZA. Yeah. Which I know there aren't a ton, so it'll be a chill stream that we'll be able to go through at our own pace. Gonna do this as a rite of passage. What, to Burning Baron? I heard you like Scovillain. The new Megas will be your next review stream, so yeah, Burning Baron, I was explaining. The next one will be, I will be reviewing all of the new Megas from ZA, but you guys will be picking your 6 favorite Megas of all the Megas. For you guys, it's going to be Mega charts that you're making, that have all of them in consideration. You're about to ask for new Megas, but thanks for clearing that up. Yeah. Why was your least favorite Pokemon Pecharunt, Baron? Good thinking to ask that. We were curious, Baron. Most of them will probably be ZA Megas. Yeah, the ZA Megas really got it together with the design quality for Megas. They really did. How'd you guys destroy Scoville in this stream? I put him in my top 6. Baron put him in their top 6. Ghost put him in their top 6. When we looked at Scoville, and we all cried tears of joy and appreciation. That was super fun. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and doing this with me. These are always fun to do. Destroyed Clodsire, so we both achieved our goals. Leave Scoville alone, or I'll use Tinkaton. You cried tears of joy, I just cried. As you explained with Malamar, your actual least favorite, anything within the range of mind control does not sit right with you. Okay. So I'm assuming, do you not like Hypno? Pecharunt practically does just that with Mochi. Yeah, but you get to eat delicious Mochi. Look at that, the poll ended on a 50-50 for 8 votes. 4 for Scarlet, 4 for Violet. Good job, chat. Hypno is right there with Malamar and Pecharunt. Got it. Great stream. See y'all soon. Yeah, great stream indeed. How long was this? 6 hours. Not bad. I think we made good time. Yeah, chat. So, such a funny thing to say. Got a genuine laugh out of you. Megasco villain being on that thumbnail sucks. I gotta fill these out. You know, I try and get a certain count of Pokemon on each one. I think I hit the count for this one too, but it wasn't easy because they're so big. You'll have to watch bits and pieces now, but hopefully it was a fun one. Yeah, it was a fun one. You guys helped make this fun, so thank you guys for, you know, doing this with me. Maybe you'll explain your loves in the comments, sure. We love reading that stuff. Monday will be the release of my next Disney review for the Disney movie, The Jungle Book. Look forward to that. Otherwise, we'll be back here next Wednesday playing more games. I'm not entirely sure what we'll be playing on Wednesday, but we'll see. Until then, yeah, next month, chat, we'll be doing the Megas and the ZA reviews. I hope you all have a lovely night, lovely rest of your weekend, and eat good food. Appreciate you all big time. Thanks for everything, guys.